in biology. And we'll go to Amy to see if we can get the answer. Hi there, Amy.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. What is the powerhouse of the cell, please?
The mitochondria?
Yes. The mitochondria. Correct. Hang on, Amy. Get your information, and we are going to give you a $50 Metro Diner gift card. You can celebrate Metro Diner's 30th anniversary with the return of past menu favorites, including their chicken parmesan pasta and sandwich, both topped with warm marinara and melted Provel cheese. And you can stay up to date on all anniversary news at metrodiner.com. So we have a lot to get to. Let's start with this. Meghan Markle got visibly emotional at Queen Elizabeth's funeral on Monday. And was photographed wiping away tears as she stood next to her husband, Prince Harry. The photos were taken as the late Queen's coffin was transported into a hearse at Wellington Arch.
It was, you were talking about how, if you happen to be watching, at points you get emotional seeing this stuff. Yeah, there's it's certainly, obviously it's solemn. We haven't seen something like this, in our lifetime.
Yep.
It got me for a couple of times.
Yeah, when I was watching the military all come together and move her casket down the road, I'm like, okay, that's emotional. That's the stunning tribute. As a tribute, the suit's actress also wore the diamond and pearl earrings that Queen Elizabeth had gifted her. Later in the day, Harry and Meghan returned to St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, where Queen Elizabeth's coffin was lowered into the royal vault. So they got married in that chapel in 2018.
And in memoriam of that and an observance, there will be a Suits marathon.
Oh, very good. Very good.
I heard that show's good, too.
Okay. You just watched the first episode of Work Back.
Tiffany Haddish has reportedly reached a settlement with her two siblings, or with the two siblings that accused her of abuse. As previously reported, the two siblings claimed that they were starring in two separate comedy skits with Haddish and Ari Spears when they were minors that were inappropriate. And in one video, Spears portrayed a pedophile that lusts after a 7-year-old boy. Both Haddish and Spears called the case a shakedown. But according to Radar Online, Haddish and her accusers worked out a deal privately, adding that they have also blocked the public from seeing the original complaint. It was said to have been Haddish's decision to take this to federal court, where documents were sealed due to several photographs of a minor, John, that was his name, of the minor, in an undressed state. Details regarding the amount of the settlement has not been revealed yet, but apparently they have wrapped that up.
So they're looking to make it go away, but he still has to, right? He has...
Yeah, I don't know the story on Aries and that whole thing. Simon Cowell, Randy Jackson, and Paula Abdul all came together to honor Kelly Clarkson during her Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony on Monday. The original American Idol judges posed for photos with Clarkson as she held her star. Speaking of the ceremony, Cowell said, "We were just talking about the moment when you sang Respect, and we all looked at each other, and it was like, oh, my God, thank you. And then I went up to you afterwards because obviously I was thinking, I think you're going to win this show." And he said, and I said, "I just want to say that was amazing, Kelly, and I'm here." And you turned around to me and said, "Simon, without being rude, I would rather we not talk until the end of the series." And I was like, wow, what does that mean? Well, it means stay away from me. I know what I'm doing. But Clarkson shared that she didn't want it to seem like she was getting special treatment from the judges, and that's why she had told him not to talk to her.
Understandable. She is a powerhouse singer, obviously. And so we talked about this. Her, Carrie Underwood, who else?
Jennifer Hudson.
You're right.
Ruben Studdard?
No,
Did we count him?
But not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he won, but he didn't go on to have the type of fame that
not at all
those three have. They've kind of dominated.
Wait, but I thought Jennifer Hudson didn't win.
She did not win.
Oh,
but
okay.
we're just saying the biggest actual success stories,
Yeah.
stars to come out of that show.
Did you say Carrie Underwood, Steve?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, Clay Aiken won, or was second place behind
to
Ruben
Studdard,
Yeah.
yes. Cowell went on to say that American Idol owes its success in part to Clarkson. He said, "I remember that moment when your name was called, and I was honestly thinking to myself, thanks to you, we may have another season, and I can honestly say to you, thanks to you, I'm here today." So.
No love for Justin Guarini?
No,
it was part of that first season?
Nope.
Disgusting.
Courteney Cox brought a 1980s Tampax commercial back to life on Instagram Sunday, parodying the commercial. She focused on menopause instead of menstruation. In an outfit mocking the one that she wore in the original commercial, leg warmers and all. Cox says, did your life completely change because of menopause? Still getting hot flashes? Let me tell it to you straight. And then she goes on to say, do we have audio of it?
We should, yeah.
Yeah, so this is some of that. So here.
Does your life change once a month because of your period?
So they're flashing back and forth between the original commercial and then her parodying it.
Your life completely changed because of menopause.
Still using pads?
Still getting hot flashes? Let me tell it to you straight.
Tampax can change the way you feel about your period.
Menopause can change the way you feel about getting older.
Tampax tampons protect internally, so you feel cleaner.
Menopause will eat you alive. It's horrible. Nothing else can do that.
Feeling cleaner is more comfortable. Plus, more women use Tampax than any other tampon or pad.
Plus, you get the added bonus of drier skin and getting bald patches. Now that's something.
Remember, there's a feeling with Tampax.
Remember, there is nothing good about menopause.
It can actually change the way you feel about your period.
Many in Hollywood shared their appreciation for the video, including Jonathan Van Ness, Julianne Moore, Drew Barrymore, and Judd Apatow commented untoppable. So I don't remember that commercial.
Neither do I.
Day. Yeah. Sylvester Stallone appears to be looking back on his relationship with Jennifer Flavin. On Monday, the Rocky star shared a photo of himself holding hands with Flavin and another photo of the former couple with their 3 daughters.
Flavin.
And he wrote, wonderful.
Wonderful.
That's all that he wrote.
That's all I can know. That's the one word I know.
Yeah, you just know wonderful.
Yeah, and wonderful.
How about fabulous?
Faboo.
Faboo. Okay.
Totes.
I
love you, Jim.
According to TMZ, Flavin filed for divorce from Stallone last month, noting that their marriage was irretrievably broken. But I guess maybe he still has a little bit of soft spot. I don't know what's going on. So.
I think he go through stages, and maybe he's just because it has gotten a bit acrimonious. Maybe he's trying to mitigate that a little bit.
Yep. Let's see. TMZ reports that Bam Margera has been court-ordered to return to rehab in Florida.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, a source told the outlet that they're going to try an outpatient approach and pray for different results since Margera escaped inpatient treatment multiple times. Maybe he doesn't like
the confinement.
Yeah.
I don't know, though.
It might be better for him. I don't know, man.
I was talking to Casey about this, and this is one of those ones where, even people who've been in programs are throwing up their hands like, this is a tough one. It's like wrangling cats, as they say.
Yep. What is this statement over here on social media, Nick?
It's something that they posted on behalf of Bam on his account. It was a few weeks ago, but it talks about his mental health and his addiction.
Yeah, it says, no secret that Bam has struggled with mental health and addiction. You've watched Bam grow up and supported him throughout his ups and downs. Our family has let you into the chaos. It is our home, and we want nothing more than to continue this journey together. So it's a lengthy statement. It goes after that. So
it's got to be really tough.
They're doing what they can. Try to hang on to him. So we'll see. Twilight actress Ashley Greene and her husband Paul Corey welcomed their first baby to the world on Friday.
I know you'd been watching this, Preston, closely.
Yep.
And so you got to be excited.
We had a little countdown clock at the house.
But you're Team Cullen, right?
Of course, yes. So Greene captioned a photo of her newborn baby's hands and wrote, and just like that, everything changed. In a single moment, you came into our world and everything else faded away. Nothing else mattered. The love we're engulfed in cannot be explained.
She could have been writing that about you.
Only felt in the deepest of ways. We love you so much, baby girl. Welcome to our world, Kingsley Rain Corey. And that was probably before they had sleepless nights and diapers.
Right. Shut up! With the crying and the teething.
All right, so music news was pretty full today, so I took a couple of things and imported them over to the entertainment report.
Ooh.
They're fairly interesting. Mariah Carey has plans to release an alternative rock album titled Someone's Ugly Daughter that she had apparently secretly recorded in 1995, and she was under the stage name Chick at the time.
Right.
And so this has never seen the light of day. Nobody's heard this.
So what happened, and they put an audio clip up, but it was an audio clip of the original singer. So this was I guess, as the story goes, and it's a little weird, Mariah Carey was originally singing backup on what was released. However, there was a version of the album with Mariah Carey singing the lead in these songs that are described as alternative. And so she's looking for any sort of copy or audio from that session.
During an interview on Rolling Stone Now podcast, she said, the quest for that version is going great. We actually have it. This was my outlet, and nobody knew about it. Most people, I'd rather they don't even know about it until we decide exactly what happens from that quest of finding those vocals. She said, I think this unearthed version will become something that, yes, we should hear. But also I'm working on a version of something where there'll be another artist working on this with me as well, possibly something built around the album. I'm just full of surprises, she wrote. So I don't know what all that means.
So this put me in mind of like a Chris Gaines thing, which you remember that whole thing? And we'll see if she releases it. Yeah.
The album was recorded while Mariah was making her LP Daydream at the time. So I'm interested. I'm curious as to what that might, an R&B singer like her singing rock like that. We'll have to see. All right, so here's the other one. Gene Simmons didn't get into rock and roll for the companionship. The Kiss rocker, 73, has had, of course, a successful career as a collaborative member of the band, but he opened up about his preferences for solitude in the October-November issue of Goldmine magazine.
Me, a sensory deprivation tank, and a chicken.
He said, even today, as I sit here, other than Paul Stanley, and we only get together when we do stuff for the band, how do I say this without sounding inhuman? He said, I don't have friends. He said, yeah, if friends means, gee, I don't know what I'm going to do this afternoon. Hey, you want to come over and hang out? I'm more interested in what I want to do.
You want to come over and play Catan?
And I don't want to pretend that I'm interested in what you want to do because I am not.
Paul, I got the Pop-O-Matic fixed on the treble beam. Do you want to come over?
But that really comes as no news to me. You know?
Yeah, totally. I agree. But you would think maybe a buddy along the way, besides Paul, he's had outside of the industry, maybe somebody. But
how many close friends do you have?
Not him. Really close friends, like 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I float in that.
Maybe 4.
But you do actively socialize a lot. I socialize through my wife more often.
Right.
You know?
Right. You're more solitude. Than,
I think
you're kind of like a Gene.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Right. I love my chickens.
Yeah. So, despite Simmons' solo tendencies, he and Stanley said they've been obviously a team for decades. Even if their initial meeting didn't go exactly smoothly, according to Paul Stanley, who told Oprah in 2014, I didn't like him. I thought he was full of himself, opinionated, brash, insulting. Gene's first comment to me was, "Oh, I hear you're right. Well, play me something." And he was
Why don't you shut up, Oprah?
And he was a bit smug and arrogant and full of himself, and nothing has changed. Simmons has a decades-long partnership with his actress and model Shannon Tweed, wife. Now he married in 2011 after nearly 30 years of dating.
God almighty.
They have their son Nick and daughter Sophie. But yeah, Gene he says, no friends.
I'll never forget that footage. Did you ever see the footage, Kathy, of the facial surgery that he had?
Yeah.
Yeah, they literally
that's awful.
lifted off his face like a mask.
I mean, that's what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pull
Jesus
it back
Christ.
from your skull, sort of, and move stuff around and then put it back
It's
on.
kind of icky, right?
I saw a woman leaving Bryn Mawr Hospital who had just had some sort of facial, probably like a facelift, something like that. And I couldn't believe like the state that they let them leave in. To me, I looked at her, I was like, dear God, she's escaping? Where is she going? Put her back in a hospital bed.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's got to be scary.
Gene had it done. Absolutely.
And I'd do it again.
Actress Trina McGee has explained why she was not in the series finale of Boy Meets World. McGee, who played Angela Moore, Topanga's best friend in college for the last 3 seasons of the ABC sitcom, recently recalled her experience with the end of the series in a conversation with a podcast called Pod Meets World. McGee
There's
said,
a whole Boy Meets World podcast.
Believe it or not.
Hosted by Daniel Fisher and Fishel and one of the other guys.
McGee said, I was told in kind of a weird offhanded way by a very important person that you guys all went to, meaning Michael Jacobs, who was the showrunner. And you said, we don't want her in the last episode. She's somehow taking our light. That was the gist of it. I was told that after I shot what was the show before the last episode, which was called Angela's Ashes, when I left. And when Michael announced that we were going to do another show on Angela, I was so happy, not realizing that this is going to be the show before the last show. Will Freddie, who played Eric Matthews on the show, denied that the cast had asked to remove McGee from the finale. And McGee replied, I believe you. I can tell by your reactions. I have had that in my head for so long, and I've never watched that show. I've always felt like, well, it hurt me for a long time.
Was that a thing for you, Marissa?
Oh, yeah.
Boy Meets World?
Oh, yeah. She was Sean's girlfriend in college. She was a good actress. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those shows I'll still watch. It's in a rotation if I see it on.
I remember glancing at it. I remember seeing Danielle Fishel and going,
I like
wow,
that.
she's really pretty.
Yeah.
But
How old is she?
I know. Do the check quickly. It was a little,
Yeah,
I'd grown up too much.
It was Philadelphia.
I was too old for MASH when
It was in
Oh,
Philly?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It was in Abington.
What?
And they would go to Chubby's. You know, Chubby's is across from D'Alessandro's.
Yes, that's where I get my chicken
I didn't know
cheesesteaks.
that either.
Interesting.
What?
Yeah,
That
he wore.
opens up. Did we just become
Did we
best
just
friends?
become best friends?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah, he wore. Ben Savage wore like Phillies hats a lot.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Wow. Okay.
That puts a whole new, and there are many local references.
Yeah, he'd wear jerseys and his. You know, he had 93 Phillies on his wall.
Oh my God!
Now we have to go back and watch the whole
The
thing.
entire thing, but watch the last episode first.
Yeah, should do that, right, Kath?
I mean, at this point, you might as well with that show.
Following the reports that Woody Allen is retiring, the Annie Hall director released a statement announcing otherwise. We reported on this yesterday, but apparently the statement says Woody Allen never said he was retiring, nor did he say that he was writing another novel.
Is he going to still fight Conor McGregor?
Maybe he is. He said that he was thinking about not making films as making films that go straight or very quickly to streaming platforms is not so enjoyable for him, as he is a great lover of the cinema experience.
I think he'd be the perfect person to reboot Boy Meets World.
They said currently he has no intention of retiring and is very excited to be in Paris shooting his new movie, which will be on the 50th.
Here's a guy who would never leave New York. In fact, Annie Hall's whole about him never wanting to leave New York, and he's in Europe now constantly.
Yeah. By the way, I said which will be on the 50th. There is no 50th. It will be his 50th.
Let's meet
on the 50th.
The 50th of May is lovely.
If someone makes those arrangements with you, they don't like you.
See you there on the 50th.
What are you doing on the 50th?
It's a Saturday. We should be clear, right? All right.
Well, listen, you have military time.
True.
What if we did the days, right?
Just 365 of them.
Right.
1 month.
I'll meet you on the
entire year.
222nd.
Yeah.
March 15th.
All right. Steve, this is exclusively for you. Christmas has come early for Hallmark Media.
Mm-hmm.
Allison Sweeney has agreed to a multi-picture overall deal with the channel.
Okay, I'm going to let you in on a little secret.
Yes.
Allison Sweeney is one of my less
Oh, really?
Least favorite ones?
I mean, she's okay.
I think she's really cute.
She is cute, but
I mean, they're all really cute.
Right.
They're either really hot or they're cute hot. You know what I mean?
Danica McKellar, Candace Cameron Bure, Lacey Chabert.
Yep.
That's my jam.
I kind of like Allison Sweeney.
She's not bad. But listen, she's standing in front of a Christmas tree under the mistletoe. Yeah, I'm on board.
I also like Alicia Witt.
Alicia Witt
on there, and who's the other one that I saw not long ago? There's some that I'm like, okay, I don't know who this person is.
There's some
that look really familiar to me, and then I look them up, and I'm like, no, I don't know who that is, but they're really cute.
There are some that are exclusively Hallmark famous. A lot of these have come in, prior with careers, as did Allison Sweeney. She was on a soap opera and Biggest Loser.
Yeah.
Yes.
Days of Our Lives from
Yes.
like as a kid.
Right. She started when she was like 16 years old on that show.
Well, and Luke McFarlane, right, from last week with Billy Eichner?
Yes.
He was a Hallmark guy,
yes,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
He did like 9-10 films.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Man, I'm trying to think.
And I was always happy to see him because the guy needs to look good.
He was like impossibly good looking.
Oh my
He
Jesus
was sitting
Christ.
right here, and I'm like, dude,
Stop it.
Stop it.
Knock
with
it
that.
off.
Stop it with that. With the physique in the face.
With the
you
sitting
miserable prick.
Why is your damn shirt
And
so
you're
tight?
nice. Thank God you're gay.
Yeah. So she said, Sweeney remarked, I am thrilled to continue to work with Hallmark as they continue to support my work as an actress and a producer. I'm very proud of our Christmas movie and excited for the future projects to come. As part of Sweeney's deal, she is starring in A Magical Christmas Village, which she also executive produces with Luke McFarlane and guest star Marlo Thomas.
There she goes. So Luke is producing for Hallmark.
That's right. Yeah, I didn't even pick up on that. Yep. So he's producing, and I don't know if he is in this. I just think he is producing it.
So he's done a number of regular. I don't know if that's a proper term, but Hallmark did start recently doing gay. Christmas stories.
Yep. So the movie premieres at this year during Hallmark Channel's annual Countdown to Christmas programming event. It features Sweeney as Summer, an architect living in a small town where she's raising her young daughter, Chloe.
Of course.
When her mother, Vivian...
Mommy, can I go outside?
When her mother, Vivian, finds herself in need of a place to live, her orderly life becomes a little less so after inviting Vivian to move in with them during this transition. Now, upon arrival, Vivian sets up an heirloom miniature Christmas village resembling their town and tells Chloe it grants Christmas wishes.
I love it. Because this is like the Dickens village, and we have that.
As Chloe begins setting up the figurines, real-life events seem to mimic the scenes that she creates, including Summer's chance meeting with Ryan, who is actually played by Luke McFarlane.
Nice.
Who's a newcomer to their community. Now, this could easily turn sinister if somebody goes in and starts playing with the...
Or starts melting
the characters.
them.
Yes, like chopping off their heads.
And setting them on fire.
Yep.
A spontaneous combustion.
Yep.
At the wreath factory.
There's things to consider at the wreath factory. There's an explosion. Somebody gets their arm caught in the candy cane machine.
And then they just cut their shoulder, pulling the arm off. Yeah, voodoo meets Christmas.
I'm digging it. Yep.
It sort of happened a little bit in Beetlejuice, right? Like, because they kind of go down into the Beetlejuice's village, the model village that they had in the attic. So similar,
a little bit,
right?
But this actually creates Christmas,
and it kills people.
Christmas wishes it grants them.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you had said, Sweeney had been on Days of Our Lives since she was on it for 21 years, and then she hosted 13 seasons of Biggest Loser as well.
As you know what they do? Also, they have this big Hallmark convention, and I've professed and validated my love of Hallmark, but it's in Edison, New Jersey. It's northern New Jersey.
Okay.
And there's a whole battalion of people down here, a bustling population that would embrace it.
Remember the board game? There was a Hallmark board game.
There was?
Yeah, like it was basically like Trivial Pursuit for the movies on Hallmark.
Yeah. Yes. That's a good idea. Okay. One last story. Recently, Sony announced the production of a new Karate Kid movie set to be released in 2024, and this immediately brought up the question about connections to the ongoing franchise spinoff series Cobra Kai. However, a recent tweet from the co-creator of the series, John Hurwitz, has cleared things up, and he indicated that the new movie will not be connected to the television series, which I think is cool. Just keep it the series. We finished it last night. Oh, my God.
You loved it?
Oh, my God, do I love that show. I just love that show. So he took to Twitter after Sony announced a new installment of the original Karate Kid franchise to explain that it will not be related to Cobra Kai.
What did you think of the Jackie Chan movie with the remake?
I didn't watch it. I watched parts of it, and I was like,
it's all right.
I didn't need to see it. I've gone down that path a few times. I like the continuing story that they're doing on Cobra Kai as opposed to going back and redoing it again. But he said the guys and I would love to make Karate Kid and Cobra Kai movies and hope to someday, but this one isn't from us or focused on the Cobra Kai cast. The tweet came as a response to a fan asking about the new movie. And little information apart from the release date was provided with Sony's announcement of the new Karate Kid movie. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen. All right. Is it mystery clips today? No, we have clips right here. All right.
Let's all set for mystery clips.
Let's do this. Andor is a darker tale in the Star Wars saga and is a prequel to the 2016 film Rogue One. In this clip, star Diego Luna talks about the benefits of a long-form series. Here we go.
And the idea was to make sure that once you think you know what the series is about, once you think you know which characters you're going to be around, what's the tone going to be like, we change.
Yeah!
Andor comes out tomorrow on Disney+.
I'm psyched.
Yeah, I wonder if I might actually be interested in this one because I liked Rogue One so much.
I think Rogue One's the best movie they've made in the last 10 years. And
Nick, I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
And in part because of his acting.
Yes.
And then they have Forrest Whitaker's in it as well. And so it looks like a really interesting sort of in between episode 3 and Rogue One to, see how the rebellion begins.
And do you notice... You can tell the ones they allocate more money for.
Oh, my God.
And this one clearly got the lion's share of the cash.
Yeah.
Because what I'm seeing effects-wise
totally
is very cool.
I've kind of bailed on the universe, but I might sample this one.
Rogue One was a revelation. And again, emotional, fantastic, and his character was terrific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here's our next clip. The final season of New Amsterdam is upon us, and here star Ryan Eggold discusses saying goodbye to his cast and character.
It's a really good vibe this year because there's sort of, I don't know, just an appreciation of that, and that it's not going to last forever, that in a few months we're going to be done, and so everybody's kind of loving on each other an extra little bit, and it's really fun.
I don't give a
New Amsterdam Season 5 premieres tonight at 10, and that is on NBC.
That show's been on. We had him in. He's very nice, the star. A nice guy who's also on the blacklist. Unfortunately, maybe like 7 seconds of the series. It's been on all this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's got a fan base somewhere. So
and somebody likes it.
All right, and there you go. That's the entertainment report for today. All right, a lot to get to today. We need to find out if our weary travelers have arisen yet. It's an hour earlier in St. Louis where Casey and his big adventure are currently, the whole gang. It's 6:09 there, 7:09 here. But we have a mission for him this morning. And this was Casey's idea. He wanted to kind of stroll around since they were going to be in St. Louis, the area that I've talked about all these years that I've known him, and see where I grew up. And so we've got a couple of little missions that he is going to have to execute before our program is up today. So we're going to send him around to a few different spots and see if he can handle all this. Him and, of course, Jackie Bam Bam and Kyle. And my best friend, Steve Lisick, who I grew up with, is going to kind of be shepherding them around.
So you were showing me I have they have Apple tags in the car, so that's how I'm keeping track of them. They did 827 miles yesterday, but
827 miles.
Yeah. So you were showing me juxtaposed to the hotel they're at, where your house is, and where the Central Park is that the name of it?
No, Parkway Central.
Parkway Central. Sorry.
Yeah.
New York.
Close enough.
Yeah. And it's all right in that general area.
Yep.
So they can do this.
Yeah, they'll be able to do this. So we got a couple of stops for them to make. We'll have to wake them up in a few minutes here because their first mission is supposed to take place at 7:30 our time. So let us take a break. We'll come back in a second. Don't forget Tattoos Day. We also have You Who Loot, your chance to win $1,000 2 times this morning. Brought to you by Horizon Services. We'll do it at 8 and 10 a.m. ourselves, and then it continues on the rest of the day. Don't miss your opportunity. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR. Who serves up the best burger in Philly? Taste for yourself. Philly Burger Brawl is back.
Round 1, fight.
So get off your buns and come sample the region's meat you can't beat. From traditional to gourmet to, whoa, what's on that one?
About a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if
okay.
you shave,
I feel like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
Ooh. What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
Okay. All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's frozen.
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no, so it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
this
what
is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got in a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
Yeah, we got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to?
Oh my God!
Eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck Berry would be all over this.
Yeah.
It does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh, my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
God, what a soothing voice.
Of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
What they did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh, my God. What are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
You're dying
Oh, my God. She poured like an 8-9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
And rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This
because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it anything.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
yummy,
gross looking.
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, because it's right. It really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is okay. So when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like?
Oh.
Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I think I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston
sorry.
did it. It wasn't. It's not you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
If there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right,
so before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right, so we can get a drum roll, Case?
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
Says the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind, Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish...
Faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How did you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm
here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family. No. Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
You want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
Well, so-
I don't care who owns it.
All right,
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's
Well,
the deal.
somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
Oh,
no.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody
and it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service,
A day of
traditionally.
service. Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh,
Yep.
get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. And there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations
All right,
with
here
him.
we go. Let's get the boys underway.
Now, live from somewhere in America, let's check in on Casey's big adventure on the Preston and Steve Show on MMR.
All right, the fellas took out a big chunk of the country last night. They rolled into St. Louis, Missouri around 10 o'clock our time after leaving here around 7:30 a.m., about 24 hours ago.
827 miles they traveled yesterday.
They put it in, and of course they logged the whole thing on social media, and we have all that available on PrestonandSteve.com. So today, we have them set to handle a few different missions in my old hometown. And this was Casey's idea. He wanted to do some things. Now, I confessed something to you guys recently.
Yes.
That I wanted to kind of make good on. And Casey's like, that's perfect. We'll do that while we're there.
All right.
So we now go live to Parkway Central High School to check in with Casey and the fellas. Guys, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we can see you guys via Zoom, and I can tell you're already in the band wing, in the music wing of Parkway Central High School. Yeah.
Look at this. All your fellow bandmates here, Press. Say hi, guys. Say hi. Here we go. Yeah, we're in your old band room, although the band instructor says it's probably not the same that you might remember when you graduated.
Yeah.
Or how many years ago. But he did say that this thing right here.
Yes,
was definitely there.
Casey, as we were looking at this, I told to Marissa, I'm like, look at that bass drum. I'll bet you that's the same one that I used to bang on because those things last forever. That is I'll bet that's the same head that was on that thing 35 years ago or however long ago I graduated.
Well, we can find out if you want to talk to the band instructor. He can let you know everything that you need to know about that particular drum and everything else that's going on in this room.
All right. Yeah, let's meet him.
Oh, well, this is Doug Hoover, Press. He's the guy who took over after...
Mr. Becker, you came in. Mr. Hoover, you came in right after Chris Becker, right?
I did. I came the year after the fall after you graduated.
Yes.
I've heard all about you.
Oh, stop it.
No, I swear to God. Preston, you're like a legend here. I swear to God. I was talking to the principal's secretary. This Ann Wills is her name.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, my God, they were going on and on about Preston. Like, Preston downplays how good of a drummer he is. And it's because you listen to and you idolize, like, Neil Peart. Like, of course you, like, how do you compare to Neil Peart, Press? Like, apparently, like, you are. People still talk about you in the halls of this school.
He's nodding. The instructors. I'm sorry. What's the gentleman's name again?
Mr. Hoover.
Mr. Hoover.
Yeah.
You're here to verify that, Mr. Hoover?
100%. When I got here, I know there are some one of the rock and roll radio station decals stuck on walls around here. that were probably stuck by Preston.
Really?
And then he was a Rush. Look at the Rush shirt on now.
Yeah.
So during COVID, he doesn't know what to do, so he puts YouTube videos of him playing Rush tunes on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. Linda Pressgrave was the orchestra director here.
Man.
And I worked with her, and she talked. You are legendary.
Oh,
Becker,
man. Mrs. Pressgrave was great.
Becker's a good friend of mine. Yeah. And Chris talked about you as well.
No way. So here, let me give you. I have a memory of Mr. Hoover.
Do you?
And like you said, I think I went back after I had graduated, and I went to watch a performance, and you actually played, and I'll never forget this. It was a piece of music called "The Nervous Percussionist," I think is what it was called, and you had to play like 10 different percussion parts. You had sat in as a musician. Do you remember that at all? That was your first year there.
There's a lot about my first year. I made,
but yeah, Mrs. Pressgrave, Linda, she had directed. I remember that. Okay, wow, that's crazy, man. And hey, kudos to you for still holding that position and being there. That's awesome.
You know, they haven't figured out what I don't know yet.
Well, the fact that he's been a part of the musical. I mean, Preston, you cherish what you learned at that school.
I lived in that wing of the school. My senior year, listen to my classes. I took symphonic band, symphonic orchestra, jazz lab, and music theory. 4 of my 7 hours of the day were taken up by music classes, and I lived down there, and it's such a special part of the building to me. Who's this?
Well, this is Mr. Chris Becker, who came out this morning to say,
Oh my God.
Whoa.
Mr. Becker!
Holy
hey, man.
Oh
I
my
never
God.
got a chance to tell you how annoying it was to have you on
Dude,
he hated you,
man.
Is he retired? Did he move on?
I don't know, Mr. Becker. What
get rid of the guy, man. Preston, how are you?
Dude, I'm doing great, Mr. Becker. I'm filled with emotion right now.
Casey knew this was Casey. I believe Casey helped facilitate this, but he'd mentioned it to me. This is awesome.
I'm blown away. We spent so much time together, and it was all very, very special to me. And yes, I know I was a pain in the ass. I absolutely.
You were. Totally.
I know.
Totally.
I know. And you know what? You know what I've told the story of many times here, Mr. Becker? I actually wish that Linda Pressgrave was there, because I told you guys this. We took an orchestra trip to Tennessee, and we were getting a picture taken of the entire orchestra. And I did, and you're going to love this, Mr. Becker. I did this in the picture.
The tongue between the fingers.
So I stuck my fingers up and I stuck my tongue between it, and they took another picture. I did it twice. She was so pissed off at me.
Sadly, we took that picture down and burned it. We couldn't use it, you know.
Oh, my God.
We couldn't let anybody see that.
I also have, you know what, a very important moment in history took place with you, Mr. Becker. You won't remember this, but it was the day that the space shuttle exploded.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you broke that news to us. You said, "Hey guys, this happened." And we're like, "No, it didn't." And you're like, "Yes, it did. It happened today." And I'll never forget that, because you were the person that shared that information with me.
It was that was a pretty crazy day, and it's only rivaled by 9/11. That same morning, because I remember those days so vividly, like yesterday.
Yeah.
So Preston, I want to bring you up to date with a guy named Dave Gant. Do you remember Dave Gant?
I know that name.
It's a tuba player.
Okay.
Tuba player.
Yeah.
So I went to Dave Cannon's retirement party at the end of June. You remember Dave Cannon? He played guitar.
Yeah.
He was a good guitarist. Vaguely?
Yeah, I do remember him. Yeah.
I'm like, why are you retiring? You're not old enough to retire. What's going on here? And so this guy's walking around this little pub we're in, and he's serving drinks, and he's giving out drink tickets. And then Cannon goes, "Dave, that's Mr. Becker." And Gant stopped what he was doing. Gant owns the place now. And he stopped what he was doing and go, "Mr. Becker, what are you doing here? You should be old like now." That's going, "No, man, no, stop. That's not going to happen."
Well, how old were you when you were teaching Preston? You're very young.
I was 12, and it was one of those things where they just, you're a gifted kid. You go ahead and do this. No, it's thankfully a set of genes. That's all it is. So I've been retired now, actually, from Parkway for last 5 years, Preston.
Okay.
So it's been a while, but Doug and I remain really good friends. I kind of keep up with what's going on.
That's great.
And love being around the kids still.
All right. Are you
so one of the memories I was going to share with you.
Yeah.
Do you remember our long talks on the bus rides about the early Letterman shows? You and I got into those Letterman shows in a big way.
Yeah.
Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, I remember I don't remember the specific discussions, but I absolutely remember talking about that with you. Yes.
Because we loved that quirky humor that he had, and the way he just kind of dealt with everybody and razzed everybody. And it was so cool because, you had, you could remember those monologues and stuff that he had.
Right.
And it was so funny to ride it. It made those trips kind of interesting, kind of fun.
Well, it was actually Letterman that taught him to do the tongue between the fingers thing. So that's who you can blame. Yeah.
We had a number of really, really good musicians in that group, Mr. Becker, like Dave Perkel went on to be a professional musician with the...
he was a Navy musician.
The Annapolis Orchestra, and Carol Tafoya, who was in our orchestra class, ended up going on to being in I forgot the name. It's like the National Orchestra or something like that.
No, it is National Symphony. She was a member of the National Symphony in D.C. Yeah.
So what the hell happened to you?
I've retired from the Navy. I heard him play 2 years ago. Yeah.
And
there were some fabulous guys.
Yeah. Mark Niemer was an amazing drummer, incredible drummer.
Yeah.
Went on to be a session guy in Nashville.
Right.
And so I've kind of watched people from afar a little bit, but it was so much good time. And Mr. Becker was cool enough to us drummers. We were I don't know what our story was, but we had our own private little practice room that we could go sneak off into while everybody else had to be stuck in the band room.
Mr. Hoover just said that still happens. Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, it was.
Well, when you guys talk about your successes as teachers, I assume Preston's name does not come up, right? Because because he's.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know. The #1 radio show in Philadelphia, that would come up occasionally.
That's
right. There we go.
And plus, he's a drummer. I talk about all the drummers from Parkway Central all the time.
Well,
they're all over the world.
Well,
Parkway guys.
What you need to know is that
guys from South that have done it.
He does his best on air all the time to promote drumming and musician, taking classes and getting involved in music. So he's a big proponent of what you guys taught him.
I keep my sticks right here next to me, by the way.
Nice.
So I can
That's really awesome.
Preston, is there
thank you.
Something you want to make good on, by the way?
Oh, yeah. But before we do that,
Casey.
there was something else I was going to mention.
It's time.
Okay. All right.
It's time.
I think it's time.
I got to throw one more name out, Preston.
Yes.
Mike Bounds. Does Mike Bounds mean anything
Absolutely,
to you?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so believe it or not, I saw him last night at a rehearsal, and Mike is expecting his first grandchild, and I go, what the hell, man? You can't be old enough to be having grandchildren.
It's troubling to hear stuff like that.
It's troubling. It is very troubling. So he was talking about an old friend of ours, Mr. Berg. Do you remember Mr. Berg?
I absolutely remember Mr. Berg. He was at the junior high. That's where I got started in band. Yes, absolutely.
And a little quirky, kind of a quirky guy, but he was really into it. Now, is there something we need to make good on?
There is something we need to make good on. So this was Mr. Becker. This would have been probably 1982. So 40 years ago, and I was in
Only 40 years.
I was in Mr. Berg's class, obviously, beginning band and all that. And for some reason or another, he got this new set of claves, and I thought they were really cool.
Claves are?
It's a Latin instrument. They're essentially two pieces of wood, or now they make them out of different, polyurethanes and things like that. And very recognizable instrument. You can hear them. They just make this clicking sound. And Casey's got there. Now you're not playing it correctly, Casey. Mr. Becker could show you how to do it.
You showed me how to play it.
You have to cup your hand.
What do you think I'm doing? I'm cupping.
Okay. All right. He's cupping. All right. So go ahead, play the. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Play him. Yeah. All right. There you go. Wonderful. Amazing.
Do you want an actual musician to play it?
Yeah. So,
oh my God.
So I lifted those. I stole them, and
yes,
I'm shattered.
And I have always felt, not always, like maybe 15 years later, I started to feel guilty.
For 15 years, you were on the lam,
and I've still had them. And you know what? I never used them one time to play with any musicians. And that is a travesty when a musical instrument sits in a box somewhere and never gets used by a musician. Then there is something fundamentally wrong with that. And so I told you guys like a few weeks ago, I'm like, you know what I'd like to do next time I take a trip back to St. Louis, which I don't come back very often, Mr. Becker, because I really don't have any family that lives there any longer. My wife's family lives in Crystal City, so I get back on rare occasions. But anyhow, I felt I would like to return them. I thought about mailing them or maybe bringing them back. And then when Casey was playing this trip, he's like, dude, I'll take those back for you. Absolutely.
And he's done that.
So he has brought them with him, and they have come back home.
Yeah.
Preston?
Yes, sir.
You know, now Mike Bounds, last night, he told me that he had spoken he was the student speaker at Mr. Berg's retirement. And he said Mr. Berg was so happy. He was so happy about his career and the trajectory that his career had taken, except for one thing. And that was there were claves that he never could find.
Never could find his clave.
But I think Mike was good enough. He talked him through it, and it all went well.
Oh,
but
that's wonderful.
This is kind of closes the circle. We've gone full circle now.
Now, I have a question. Is Mr. Berg still with us? Because he was already older when I was a kid, you know?
Doug and I were trying to figure that out. We don't know. We've lost track of Mr. Berg.
Okay. Yeah, because
maybe he's gone off the grid because of the claves, Preston.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Becker, do you still play your trumpet from time to time?
I do. In fact, Mr. Hoover and I get together quite often at his church. We have kind of an unusual gig. Recently, what we've been doing is we've been playing memorial services. So this summer we had a couple of folks at the church where Doug is real involved, and they'd passed away. So the families wanted a little band to play at the service and then follow up with some music afterwards. And so we're thinking we got a good thing going here. We may start checking the obituaries and seeing if
yeah, absolutely.
Come up with a few more gigs.
Just give a call.
Oh my God!
I can see why you loved him, Preston. Mr. Becker, my name's Nick. I'm on the show with these guys, and my mom was a teacher, and I wanted to ask you a question about former students, because my mom always told me when she would hear from former students what she meant to them, it always warmed her heart. And it's got to be cool for you to reconnect with Preston, because this is a guy who has talked about you lovingly and has admired you for a long time. And yes, this is a little bit of a stunt, but it's also something that means a lot to Preston. And I'm sure when you hear from former students, it makes you feel special.
It makes it very, very special. And, you know, I haven't been able to leave. I have not been able to get away from being involved with kids and being involved with bands for that very reason. It's very special. So another instance is I got an email a while back. This is probably a year ago, from a guy named Rich Braun. So Richie was a pretty good trumpet player, but he overplayed a lot. He overworked it. I gave him some lessons, tried to get him to rein it in. And he was writing me and saying, Mr. Becker, I'm so sorry that I overplayed. I was trying to sound like Maynard Ferguson, and that wasn't possible. And I said, that's, you know, I emailed him back. That's fine. I have fond memories of working with you. He signed the email, Captain Rich Braun, Southwest Airlines, 36 years. And I'm going, oh no, they're letting Richie Braun fly airplanes?
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh,
That's funny.
That is classic. Wow. Well, I was not expecting this at all. This has made my day.
Awesome.
I'm so happy.
Can we get something played in this room full of instruments? Can somebody grab a case?
So we have the band's lined up out back, and we have a set of signature Preston Elliott drumsticks that I think we're going to gift to the drum leader. And then maybe he can play the cadence with those Preston Elliott signature drumsticks.
Oh wow! I wonder if
we do that.
I wonder if they're still playing those same cadences, man. Because I remember one of them. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we'll find out. But as you were talking to Mr. Becker, I ducked into one of the closets over here, Preston, and I came across this old picture.
Oh my God!
I don't know if.
Oh my God!
Hold it up! Hold it up!
Whoa. I already recognize
let's
it.
Oh my
see.
God, seriously?
I'm the tall one in the middle.
Wait. Where's the? Preston's right here. That's Preston.
Yeah, and to the left there is Keith Rohde.
Yeah,
Jesus!
Wow. I see Matt Steinhaus, and
It looks like a picture from The Sandlot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. There's Mark
But then
Niemer.
Preston, I also came across on the back of this. It's the scrapbook from your entire senior year.
Okay.
It literally it says Parkway Central's 85, 86
Dude,
band.
look at that!
Oh wow.
That is wild.
My scrapbook?
It's from the band, but Press,
okay.
like, there aren't many scrapbooks in this thing. Like it was like the scrapbook from like 1998, 1993, and then for some reason your scrapbook from your senior year.
You probably stole that as well.
Hand,
Yeah.
Two tickets from your spring concert, May 13th, 1986. This is probably your last spring concert as a drummer.
Wow.
These tickets were $1.
So, Casey, can you continue the tradition and steal those as well?
Yes. I figure what we did here is we returned something and then we'll take something else.
Right.
Wow.
That is the code of the
I'll
felon.
return these tickets.
Yes.
Hey, I want to mention something to Mr. Becker again real quick.
Here you go.
Because I'm remembering all this stuff now. Mr. Becker, do you remember when the movie Whiplash came out not that long ago?
Oh, yeah.
They played Caravan. And I'm like, we played that in marching band. We played Caravan. We played Caravan and All Night Long from Lionel Richie.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It was
similar.
Awesome.
Very similar.
I know all these years, melt into one another because you had, a long career, but I remember that vividly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those are... I actually measure my career by what shows we did, what the marching band shows were.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know that show. I remember that.
Because it's always tying into the pop culture of the time, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And you can identify real readily with where you traveled with the band and who was in the band at that time. And that's kind of how you market. If you're in the classroom all the time, you don't have that same opportunity.
Hey, right. I also have a question. Where do you keep in touch with Linda Pressgrave, or have you guys just kind of fizzled out as far as connections go?
Pretty
She
much
was our
fizzled out.
orchestra. Okay.
Doug may occasionally talk to her, but she remarried and moved to New York City. I mean, she's been in the city for quite a while.
Okay.
And I think she's working pretty regularly there. She's plays piano more than French horn, but she was a fine musician.
Yeah.
She really was a great musician. And, I don't know if you remember Mrs. Theriak.
Of course, Wanda Theriak, yeah.
Wanda Theriak. And she did leave us last year, 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were both really cool. I like them as well. They put up with my crap. I mean, they didn't and they did. Like they would. I was an idiot. You guys know me.
Absolutely.
And but they didn't mince words. But they were all really cool. We had a very familial thing going on
Very
in
much.
that, in that part of the building. It was very much like that.
I guarantee you,
it was a sanctuary for me. to be
Right,
honest.
right.
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, that hasn't changed a whole lot. Preston, I'm actually still getting to teach. I'm adjunct down at Wash U, and I get to teach work with the jazz band and the wind ensemble down there, which is really cool. And those kids are going to be doctors someday, but they still look at that evening that they come in and play in jazz band as their sanctuary moment. They get away from microbiology. And they're hanging with friends and playing jazz,
That's very cool.
It's awesome.
It's really... It makes me feel good to be able to do that. And I'm so glad to hear you say that, because that was always the feeling I got too. This is where we need to be.
Yeah.
This is what we need to be doing.
Hey, I want some damn music.
Casey
we're going to get some music.
Hard at work here. We're looking at Old Century Resources fundraising brochures.
Oh my God. We used to sell like pizzas and stuff like
really?
that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that.
You know what the worst fundraiser ever, one of them said, "Oh, you should sell spice packets." And so they shipped in all these spice packets, and we stored them in the drum closet. And that place smelled like, it was terrible.
It smelled like oregano for years.
Preston,
exactly. Exactly what it was.
If you promise to mail it back, do you think maybe Casey could bring the scrapbook here? But you have to promise to mail it back.
Yeah.
This guy can't be trusted.
I know. No, he could just take pictures of all
He
the
sat on clavies for
I'm going to have to let
decades.
Casey handle that one because I can't speak for that.
All right.
Maybe let Doug.
All right. So we're going to get some music, Case?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Mr. Hoover's chomping at the bit to get out here.
Okay,
because,
let's do it.
These guys,
I don't want to hold
these
them
guys
up.
have been lined up for a good 10 minutes or so. So we're now walking out. So,
God, I remember that. They're yelling, but Case, when
we're lining them all up, I'll let those guys get all lined up and stuff. And while they do that, I press the team across. I'll just do this one more time here because this is a different band picture. This is we're gonna put my finger here. There's Preston.
Look at that mullet.
Yeah. Yep. That's me. That would have been. Yeah. That was marching band out of the stadium. I remember that. Yeah.
That
was your senior. That's your senior year of high school.
Wow. Man.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Nick?
Did you have a tux on, or was that just uniform?
That was the uniform. It was a marching band uniform.
Gotcha.
Case, by the way, when you yell, just to let you know, it kind of it kills the audio. To give you a heads up on that. No problem. I like the yelling early in the morning.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to walk
We're watching the video. I know exactly where he is. We used to walk out that door and line up for marching band all the time. Yep. Oh my God, that's crazy.
They got the band out there, Preston.
The whole band is out there. The whole marching band is out there. Oh my God.
Wow, this is cool.
Oh, wow, jeez.
There's like
no
70
wonder why they were
students.
telling us to hurry.
Okay.
Man, these poor kids have been there since 6 in the morning.
I know, and they gotta probably have to get to class.
Case, can you hear us?
What's that?
Oh, I just wondering if you can hear us.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I think it's too loud for the camera to pick up.
Maybe Casey should call us on the phone really quickly.
Yeah, call us on the phone, Case.
He might not be able
Call
to hear
him.
us.
He probably can't hear. Hurry up. Somebody call them.
Yeah. It overpowers the microphone on the.
Or call
Well,
Jackie's phone.
They're getting video of it now, so
All right,
we'll be able
we'll
to
have the
check it out
audio.
on social media. But we're watching the entire marching band.
They're
go
all
by.
playing for you, Preston.
They're playing the cadences.
It looks cool.
You know what? But because you're able to keep them outside, you not only were you able to steal the clavies, you're robbing them of their education.
A morning off. Yeah. It's fantastic. Oh my God, look at this.
That's so awesome.
This is my school. That's the very front entrance of the school, and I wish we could hear this. Oh,
we
dude.
couldn't hear it, but we will hear it in the recording. We have Kyle there getting everything on video. So
Casey's cracking up. Case, can you hear us?
No, like I feel like I'm gonna cry. Like I'm so nostalgic for you.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear it at all because of the audio, but we'll get the video later, I'm sure, on social
Don't
media.
tell
right?
them that, though.
Yeah, don't tell them that.
Don't tell them.
Yeah.
I won't say anything.
All right.
Tell the kids they're huge in Philly now.
Yeah. That was so cool. I can't believe you got Mr. Becker there. I was not expecting that at all. This is really awesome.
So I was surprised at how young he is. For some reason, I just expected him to be like an old man.
Case, I thought the same thing. I'm looking at this dude, and this could be one of Preston's contemporaries.
Super cool guy too.
Yeah. Hang on, I got Jackie on the phone. Jackie, you there?
Preston, oh, the memories. Oh, these pictures, baby mullet. I am loving these stories.
Thank you, Jackie.
Your teachers are so cool. This is great.
That was really super special, man. And I feel so much better now that the claves have been returned. The musical instrument I stole from my high school back in 1982 has been returned home. And a wave of guilt is taken off of me.
You know, Jackie, a lot of people are. I mean, people obviously you have your vampires and everything, but you're an accomplished musician yourself. Is it pretty cool to see all these kids with the instruments and embracing music?
I was talking to the teachers. I can't believe they start band before school. So it's not after school like when I would be doing it or Prespo would be doing it. It's before school. So these kids are half awake. And then we were talking about stealing instruments. I saw that big kick drum. Well, what do you call that, Press? The walking, what do you call that?
The bass drum.
Yeah. Well, I was telling them, you stole something. Steven Tyler actually stole that drum from his high school.
Really?
And he used it in Living on the Edge. He bought a pack, too, into that video. I was telling the kids that.
I didn't know that.
Cool. That's cool.
Excellent. All right, Jack, I'm going to switch back over to Casey and check in with him.
Press.
Yeah, bud.
I'm hanging with your best friend. That's where'd you go, Steve?
He's right behind you. What's up? What's up, Devo?
So he's walking me over to the smoking lounge.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
It's
right around the
not
corner.
here anymore.
I know. But
windows.
But that area is.
Windows.
Yeah, there used to be windows you could see out into the smoking lounge, but that's where, in between classes, if you were close enough, you could duck out and have a smoke real quick. A student.
Where all the trucks are, everything. You have picnic tables set up. You come out here, you buy a pen or two in the bathroom and come out, pump it down real quick.
A pinner or two.
That's a very skinny joint for those who don't know what a pinner is.
So this right here, Press. This is the lounge.
Yeah, Steve, tell them the nickname.
Scrounge Lounge.
Yep, that's what we called it, the Scrounge.
Were you able to? Now, did they have a bar out there? And,
But
I cocktails, Bloody Marys after first hour. Stuff like that.
I was telling these guys you kind of had to watch your P's and Q's when you were out in the Scrounge because the badasses were hanging out there, and if you stepped out of line, you could get your ass kicked in the Scrounge.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, the Colorado boots and jean jackets would come after you in a heartbeat.
Yep.
You didn't want that.
It sounded like a prison yard.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you get shanked out here in a heartbeat. If you went the wrong way, it was over. You're going home in a bag.
We actually had a smoking area too. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Case. And
so did we.
Yeah. It had to be, so it was
for students.
It was for students, and but it wasn't like sanctioned by the school. You had to be off school property, so they would go to the sidewalk that lined the street and stand there, smoke, and then come back to school. But like the school didn't do anything about it. They let them do it.
This was school property, and a teacher was usually kind of wandering around out there just to make sure
monitoring the smokers.
Yep.
There was a sanctioned area at my school. I remember it happened maybe in junior year. It was the weirdest thing, but and there were a lot of kids who smoked back then. So
wow.
I mean, if you think about it, if you're 18 years old, at least you should be allowed to, like this, by the law, you're allowed to. Now, we didn't have an official smoking lounge, but I smoked every single day in the bathroom right before. Lunch with my buddy.
Case, at your high school, you said you had a champagne room.
That took balls to smoke inside the bathroom, man. That was pretty risky. All right, well, listen, Case, this has been amazing. This is so much fun. I can't believe you got Mr. Becker.
But it's not over.
I know.
You have another tour.
This is stop number 1. Okay, so we're doing a tour of my area this morning as Casey is in St. Louis on his big adventure.
I mean, he killed this one.
So he dropped off.
I am so nervous about stop number 2, Preston.
I know. So give me the Mission Impossible theme because that's what we're going to be doing. So the next thing he has to do. So I gave Casey the claves to return to the band at Parkway Central High School. Next, he has to go by my old house that I grew up in. We actually had that house built in 1980, so we were the first owners of that house, my family and I. And I have given Casey a couple of items that he has to try to get into my old bedroom. All right? I don't know the people who live there. I have no idea who they are. I don't know how long they've owned that house or anything, but Casey's going to cold call on them.
How are the police in this area? Are they fairly understanding?
I don't think so.
Well, he's not going to break in.
No.
I was actually thinking, though, like, I don't think I could do this.
I know.
Like, especially if they're, because if they're not willing in the beginning, would you just walk away? Or I think he's going to need a little, like, convincing.
Have Jackie come up.
Oh, my God. Yeah, have Jackie broker that one.
Keep Jackie in the car.
Just bring a clipboard. That gets you anywhere.
Have Jackie sit in the car and say, I brought my grandmother with me. She wanted
I'll put
me.
Jackie in the front seat of the car, and if they don't let me in, I'll go, do you really want me to get this guy out of the car right now?
But with all the scams today, you know what I mean?
I know. It's going to take some convincing for sure.
Here's what you do, Case. You go up with Kyle, and then you both leave Jackie in the car, and then you just say, to your point, you say, do you want me to go get the bird? And just point.
Did you guys shower this morning? Like, are y'all cleaned up?
I'm all cleaned up. I showered last night. We're all cleaned up.
All right, you have a better chance then.
What you could do is you could ring the doorbell and you could have Kyle pretend like he's a singing telegram and he could sing like My Girl or something like that and then totally woo them with his talents and then that'll get you guys in the door maybe.
No, that screams scam.
That would work better as a plan A than a plan B because if plan A didn't work, I couldn't go like, oh, I meant it's a singing telegram.
Right. Yeah. So
do you think if I showed them my genitals, it might work?
That always works, right?
Kyle.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. And I've just been told to stretch this till 8 a.m. I don't know why. Marissa just handed me a note. So
I know why, because you have the Yoo-hoo-loo.
Oh,
Yes.
you're right. Yoo-hoo-loo.
Look,
Thank
he's
you.
producing from St. Louis.
Producing from St. Louis. Nice.
So what I gave Casey to be able to try to get in, he's not only has to get in my room, but he's going to leave my senior year photograph that I have and 2 buttons that I used to have hanging up on a cork. You remember the cork boards?
Yes.
On a cork board, I had a button that back in the 1980s, we wore buttons on our shirts and stuff like that.
We wear them in the 2020s now, too.
Okay, so it is a Rush button and a Beatles button. And they were both
like
on
a
my
flare
wall.
button, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, and then his job case when you're in that room, if there's a TV, take it with you.
Okay.
So, Casey, while we have a minute to kill, how are you guys? I mean, you had a long-ass drive yesterday. You got into St. Louis at like 10 o'clock last night. How are you feeling? How was the drive yesterday?
Listen, I was talking with my wife about this last night, because she's like, oh, you must be exhausted. I feel good. And I wasn't exhausted last night. And I think the fact that we had 3 people driving, I did the first leg. Jackie, man, he drives fast, guys.
Oh, yeah?
And oh, dude, at one point I looked over and we were doing 100 miles per hour. And I was like, Jackie, we do not, listen, I love that we're making good time, but we do not need to be doing 100 miles per hour.
You guys end up in jail.
Yeah, it doesn't need to turn into like Bonnie and Clyde while you're going cross country.
Cannonball Run, man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He uses his turn signal, I would say maybe 25% of the time.
All right.
I had no idea.
But we made good time. And then, and then having, Kyle run, he drove the last third of the trip. And when we got to the hotel and watched the Eagles kick the crap out of the Vikings and took a shower and went to bed. I feel good. I think we feel really well rested.
It's a brand new Marriott, right? That's where you guys stayed last night?
Oh my God. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful Marriott in Chesterfield, Press. Unfortunately, I haven't really been able to get a real feel for what Chesterfield's all about, because we got here at night. So now the sun is coming up, beautiful, and we're going to get to go all over Preston's old stomping grounds.
Hey, Case, do we get actual other video of the marching band so we can get the audio later on?
Yeah, Kyle did. Thank
okay,
God.
all right.
Yeah, I can't believe
I want to hear that.
They came out and did that this early in the morning, which is pretty damn awesome. So we're gonna have a little time before our next excursion for you guys to go to my house, because we're gonna have to come back and do the bizarre file, and then the break after that we're gonna check in with you guys. But we're also gonna have Kevin Hayes on from the Flyers, so we got to figure out how we're gonna juggle all this stuff. But we'll make this happen. Next stop is gonna be my old boyhood home, where they have to get into my bedroom one way or another.
Imagine you at home. You get a knock on your door in the morning. Yeah. You have Casey, Jackie, and Kyle outside trying to get inside. What do you do? So we're going to find out.
Yeah. By the way, it's an hour earlier. They're stopping by a little bit after 7. So
and where they are now, they're celebrating Christmas.
Yeah.
So,
exactly. It's way over there.
Yeah.
So, and you're gonna get an emos later on today, maybe.
Yeah, I wanted to go last night, but we just wanted to get to the hotel and crash and stuff.
Emos is Preston's favorite pizza.
Yep.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah,
all right.
So hopefully we kill enough time around here, so then right before we hit the road to OKC, we'll stop at Emo's, grab a couple of pizzas, and go. You guys got to do the Yoo-Hoo Loot. I'm gonna get going. Perhaps next time I talk to you, I'll be in front of your house.
Excellent. All right, we'll see you in a bit. Casey Boy and the gang, they're on the trip of a lifetime.
Here it is, MMR's Yoo-Hoo Loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word is achieve. And don't worry if you don't know how to spell that. I will spell it for you. It is ACHIEVE. That's this hour's keyword, achieve. ACHIEVE. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways to do it. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911, or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. The contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So again, the word is achieve, ACHIEVE. Good luck to you. We're going to take a break. While you're doing that, stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment. Okay, hang on a second here. Now I'll hit this button, and then we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve. on 93.3 WMMR.
Left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So here...
That ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa!
I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is
because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck,
okay, because that's usually what.
Don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink. And water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which one
is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock-pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa. Now, wait. You actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do
All right.
that. So that means
do that!
But here's the thing, that means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
Mm-hmm.
It changes everything.
It changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver, yes, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
That's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the...
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher, okay.
She's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing...
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently they're saying is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty and
the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way. Wow, well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger's too.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy?
Bitch. Give us the traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these because it's similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
What are the plans for those? Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there as well.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores, though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But we've got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. Places where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park, bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Kind of a pond, or like a large koi pond, or something for the ducks, bitch. All green, though, bitch.
All green.
Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know, bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch.
His bus stop
the B file, and I know we're crazy late with the bizarre file, but we have Tattoos Day today, so text word tattoo to 39333. We also have the Yoo-Hoo Loot, and you have about 3 minutes left to text word achieve, ACHIEVE, over to possibly win the money. And Insomnia Cookies is here, and they brought some goodies to give away. So I have a $25 gift card. Yeah, Kathy's on a diet. $25 gift card. We'll take caller number 16 at 215-263-WMMR. Listen to this. Tonight, they're having a pajama party. So this evening, put on your best PJs and head to the nearest Insomnia Cookies for the annual PJ party.
All locations.
Starts at 9 and continues late into the night. Wearing your PJs gets you one free classic cookie, no purchase necessary.
So, listen, this has always been a late night place. You know, obviously you can go to it earlier if you want, but that is a cool idea. So it's a pajama party at every location. Get your damn cookie because you know you want it. Kathy, I'm going to try to make you buckle today.
I know, Steve. I can't stop it.
All right.
A
You try to kill me?
cookie. Free cookie. All right, let's do the B file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Boy, do I have some stories for you guys.
You won't believe the volume of stories you have.
It's actually, it borders on ridiculousness on how great these stories are. And I'm so happy that the Bizarre File has a fine sponsor to mention.
Let me tell you something. Sponsors don't grow on trees.
All right.
So when you get one that's a sponsor...
Oh, I just got it.
Oh, there you go.
All right, here we go. All right, brought to you by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Chicken!
Coming soon to Fairless Hills. All right, let's start with this. A 20-year-old road rage suspect was seriously injured when the parked police patrol vehicle that she was detained in was struck by a freight train.
Oh, my
in
God.
northern Colorado.
Why would you park the car on train tracks?
Multiple law enforcement agencies responded to a report of a road rage incident involving a firearm Friday evening. A police officer stopped the woman's car just past a set of railroad tracks and parked the patrol vehicle on the crossing.
What?
The woman was placed in the back of the police vehicle, which was hit by the train as officers were searching her car. The suspect name and details of her injuries have not been released. The Fort Lupton Police Department is investigating the road rage incident. The Colorado State Patrol is investigating the crash. And the Colorado Bureau of Investigation is looking into the woman's injuries while she was in police custody. So you got everybody involved.
You have a whole big road out there. You don't have to park on the tracks.
Police in Fujimi, Japan, have arrested a 24-year-old elementary school teacher on suspicion of forcible disruption of business after she placed bleach in curry that was to be served to children for lunch.
Dear God.
Yeah. Ayana Hanzawa has admitted to placing the bleach into a container of curry. Several of the children noticed an odd smell coming from the curry and told another teacher. Nobody ate the curry, which was sent in for analysis, and the results showed that it contained chlorine bleach.
It's kind of wild that the kids would notice the smell, you know?
Yeah, Hanzawa,
and curry has a powerful smell itself.
It does. She's taught at the school since 2020 and was quoted by police as saying that she got upset because she was transferred to be in the homeroom teacher for another class in April.
Then I understand why you'd want to poison the kids.
Despite wanting to remain with her previous class. So the curry she laced was meant to be served for the children in her new class.
I didn't get my parking spot this morning, so I burned down an orphanage.
Wow. How about this? This is strange. A boater near Venice, Louisiana, was arrested Friday after allegedly firing a weapon at a Coast Guard helicopter who was there to respond for a distress call.
You're not getting this, buddy.
So the Coast Guard responded to a distress signal from a 40-foot sailboat on Thursday that was approximately 75 miles off Southwest Pass, Louisiana. The Coast Guard sent in a helicopter with a crew to help the distressed boater. But when officials arrived at the scene, the person pointed what appeared to be a firearm at the helicopter. This is the person that put in the distress call.
Right.
The air crew heard objects striking the aircraft and immediately departed the scene due to aircraft and crew safety concerns.
All right, be that way.
The Coast Guard crew returned to the air station in New Orleans and found the helicopter had indeed been shot. And the boater was eventually arrested without incident when FBI agents and Coast Guard Investigative Service returned in a fixed-wing airplane and a response boat, and the Coast Guard did not name the boater or the specific charges.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Guess not. All right, a Pennsylvania restaurant famous from a mention by The Office, the television show, is suing a customer for more than $3,000 after the patron left a very generous tip for a waitress and then disputed the charge on his credit card, leaving the restaurant to dole out the cash to the server. So Mariana Lambert, a waitress at Alfredo's Pizza Cafe, located in Scranton, was elated when a customer left several $1,000s for a tip.
It's one of these stories that you hear where people just come in randomly and, it's always heartwarming.
So she felt like she hit the jackpot until the generous patron decided that he wanted the money back, and now the restaurant is taking the man to court. The customer, identified as Eric Smith, had ordered a stromboli that cost $13.25. He charged the item to his credit card and added a $3,000 tip and wrote, "Tip for Jesus." The male patron claimed that the generous tip was part of a social media movement called Tips for Jesus. And Lambert, who was in shock, said it was an extremely generous gesture that really touched my heart during a time when many people and businesses were getting back onto their feet after COVID. It really meant a lot, she said, because everyone was going through some stuff. But Lambert learned that the generous customer wasn't so generous after all and disputed the charge on his credit card. And the restaurant owner had already handed over the $3,000 to Lambert, so they weren't going to take it back.
I mean, come on.
And when the restaurant...
He didn't pay for the stromboli either, did he?
That I don't know. When the restaurant reached out to Smith about the charge, he was disputing that they hoped that it was just a big misunderstanding, and they had started speaking with Smith through Facebook. Restaurant management was hoping to resolve the incident, but after many of their posts went unanswered, they had to get the magistrate's office involved and filed charges. Zachary Jacobson,
I think Jesus would pay his credit card bill.
The manager of Alfredo's Cafe described the entire ordeal as aggravating. He said, "We're just out of money at this point," and he told us to sue him, so that's what we're going to end up doing. Jacobson said initially when his server got the staggering tip, he was happy for Lambert and said somebody was actually trying to do a good thing.
Oh, man.
So he's hoping to win their $3,000 back for this server.
So that was a funny plot line on The Office. There was Pizza by Alfredo and Alfredo's Pizza, and there's a huge difference between the two on the story on the show. And so Michael Scott chose the wrong one, and everybody in the office got really upset. But it's interesting that it's actually a real place. I didn't know it existed.
It's a real place in Scranton. All right, and then one last story. A Georgia woman is being commended by authorities after returning the more than $543 in cash she found under her sandwich. So this is like an opposite thing.
What's this under my sandwich?
In a Facebook post, the City of Jackson Police Department thanked Mrs. Joan Oliver for her honesty and her goodness. The police were called to Mrs. Oliver's workplace. Mrs. Oliver had gone to a local restaurant drive-thru on her lunch break and returned to work to enjoy her lunch. And when she opened her lunch and removed her sandwich, she was surprised to find $543.10 in cash under her sandwich.
Is that a refund?
Yeah, I guess so. The post said after investigating the find, it was determined the restaurant's daily deposit had accidentally been placed in her sandwich bag. Not only did Mrs. Oliver do the right thing, but she saved the manager's job. Mrs. Oliver, thank you for reminding us that we have amazing citizens in Jackson, and it is people like you that make us great. So the cash was enough to pay off her electricity bills, and her husband had suffered strokes and is battling cancer.
Oh, man.
And in fact, she said that the family's facing medical bills totaling around $2 million. She still returned the money. She admitted that she thought
Did they give her some money?
She thought about going shopping for a second. Steve, they refunded her on her sandwich order.
That's phenomenal.
Isn't that
That'll
great?
cover the $50,000 chemo bill.
Oh, jeez.
I would imagine somebody's going to put maybe a GoFundMe or something like that.
That Coke is on us.
That Coca-Cola right there. That's for you.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
And good luck with it.
And let us know how your husband does.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Okay, so now we're scheduled to have a guest. Yes, Marissa.
So we still have another minute or so until he gets on. We do have a connection to the Flyers, but I'm guessing maybe they are at practice and they're grabbing him off the ice or something of that sort.
We're going to do this via Zoom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
We're zooming like crazy this morning.
If you missed it a moment ago, we have Casey and his big adventure. He and Jackie and Kyle are, zipping across the country. They did. They took out a big chunk of it last night. And no thanks to Jackie, who drove 100 miles an hour. They made it to St. Louis by 10 o'clock last night. And we spent the last segment with Casey and the gang at my old high school. And they actually got my old band director back. And we had an amazing
It was amazing. Preston, I just checked on the tracker. Casey is on your street.
Oh, my God, already?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we will, the next mission is to actually get into my old bedroom.
Right. This has not been prepared in advance. He's going up cold.
Yep.
and asking.
Yeah, to see if he can get in. So that's the mission. That's the thing. He's got to be able to.
Then the mission number 2 will be to elude the chasing police.
Oh, you know what else? The part I left out.
What?
Okay, I also, because of my history there, I also gave him a little bud of weed. And so I'm going to have him crumble it on the ground.
Like pouring out one for your homies?
It's exactly it. Dude, me and my sister and my friends smoke so much herb there. It needs to be done.
Really?
So it's a photograph, it's the 2 buttons, and yeah, he's got to crumble some weed. Listen, weed's legal all over the place
come
now.
on.
Come on.
Is it legal in St. Louis?
I think medically, yes.
All right.
Medically, it is. And I have a medical card. So
there you go.
We're all good.
I'm sure that'll hold up in court.
So it's the little bud. Like, couldn't even get a joint out of it.
No, the guy in Philly has a card.
All right. So anyhow, Casey's Big Adventure, by the way, runs on Duncan. I do want to mention that. And we have our guest who is ready to go. We're bordering on hockey season.
It's right there.
And of course, MMR carries a portion of the games.
Yes,
so you will be hearing those live here on MMR from time to time. But we are happy to have our next guest on board, and it's training is taking place as we speak. So we thank him for giving us a little bit of time to jump in and to say hello. Please welcome Mr. Kevin Hayes of your Flyers to the program. Kevin, good morning, man.
What's up, guys? How are you?
We're doing well, man. How things going so far with the team and training and all that stuff?
Things are going well. The whole team's been here for a while now. Everyone got here September 1st, and we've been trying to get after it since then. And training camp officially starts tomorrow, so pretty sure the next 2 days will be pretty hard. But
hey, do you train for training camp? You know what I mean? Like you start doing some initial stuff on your own, or is it just let me get in there and start from scratch?
Yeah, after the season, everyone usually takes some time off and then picks out a date where they want to get back in the gym, and then picks out a date where they want to start skating. And with the new coach this year, we got some good testing coming our way. So I think a lot of guys got on the ice a little bit earlier, and then I know for sure a lot of guys came back a lot earlier than they expected because we wanted our whole team to be here before camp started.
Right.
Kevin, you've been pretty candid about how things went last season, and I know that hope springs eternal for players going into this season. But it's got to be weird because you guys came off a season where things didn't go great. There were a whole bunch of injuries. Nobody really knew what the status of Ryan Ellis was going to be. And then yesterday we get this news that Couturier might be out for a decent chunk of this upcoming season. So what's the mindset going into this training camp and the season and all of it? What are you guys thinking? What's the mindset like?
Yeah, obviously last year didn't go as planned. I missed a ton of games, a lot more than I expected. Kuti missed a lot. Beezer was out. Ryan Ellis. So I think this year we're kind of just doing new season, new team, new attitude. And then the stuff with Kuti yesterday, no one really knows exactly what the situation is. I think it was said week to week. I know he's seeing some doctors, so we're all hoping that it's sooner rather than later. But our mindset is kind of just building a new culture, a new identity, and buying into Torts' system and being a hard team to play against. And I think if we're all bought into the same system, it should. It can't get much worse than last year. Should be a little bit than last year.
To that point, and listen, it's one of the things. So we're judged, by ratings, and you get weeks that accrue, and they've changed the methodology over the years. But psychologically, you in the world of professional sports and in any sport at the level that you are playing at, I don't know how I would be able to handle a game-to-game situation where you're only as good as what happened last time. And do you have to build up a thick protective blister to that, or do you succumb to it? How do you deal with that as a professional athlete? That constant assessment.
Yeah, I've been on both ends here, where I've been on teams that were in first place the whole entire season, and then I've been on teams where we were 50 points out of playoffs. Yeah. And you can never get too high, never get too low. And the thing I always fall back on is we all get paid a lot of money to provide for this organization and to help this city win. And I truly believe that every player that I've played with in this organization, all they want to do is win, and everyone gives their best effort. And sometimes it doesn't happen. And I mean, last year, I don't want to say it was a write-off at all because, I mean, we stunk and it didn't work out for us. But it's injuries were tough last year. And when 4 of your best players are missing over 30 games, it's
right.
Any team's going to do too well. But again, it can't be an excuse. And it's something that can't fall into this year because I'm sure if we have a bad start, the fans and media are just going to say, here we go again. And I mean, you need some tough skin. Like I said, my biggest fallback is to give your best effort every single night. And then on days off, you go into the gym, you work on your body, you work on your strength. And I mean, not everyone, but some people think the NHL is just this easy league. Guys get a lot of money and go play games and hopefully they win. And it's a complete opposite. You got guys in this organization that are trying to take your job. And you got to be on your top of your game every single night. And if you're not going to be in the league for a long time. So
right, yeah.
I like to just say that when I show up to the rink, it's my best effort, and I know someone's trying to chase my job. And if someone wasn't trying to chase my job, it's the organization's not in good hands. And so that's the easiest thing for me is giving a good, honest effort because this organization made a commitment to me and gave me a lot of money, and I made a commitment to this organization in the city. And all I want to do is just bring happiness to the fans.
To bring joy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's all we want to. I love happiness.
Last year there wasn't a lot of joy, so
yeah. You mentioned the new coach. What is your relationship like with Tortorella? Do you know him? Have you played for him ever before? And he seems like he's at a point in his career where he was really, really fired up and possibly angry earlier on. I think he's still gets players to do what he wants them to do, but it seems like not mellowed out is the right word, but he seems like maybe he's in a healthier mental space. Is that accurate at all?
Yeah, I mean, I just met him this year. I've seen him in passing when I've played against him in the hallways and stuff. I flew down here to meet with him the day he got hired. The day after he got hired. I mean, everyone's kind of changing with the times, but I'm sure if we're not playing the way he wants to, he'll go back to his old ways. So hopefully we see a new Torts all year and we don't get him yelling at anyone. That just means we're playing well.
So when you initially pass him in the hall and you're meeting him and you're trying to make small talk, do you say things like, how about those Flyers?
Yeah, this has been in the making about for 5 years.
Hey, Kevin, you said Torch. You mentioned a couple nicknames. Who's got the best nickname in the locker room right now?
Best nickname?
Yeah.
Lottie's pretty good. He's known as Sarge.
Sarge. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Who's got the most embarrassing?
Trying to go through the lineup.
Probably Stinky Vagina.
Well, there's a cooter on the team. There is a cooter. So.
Oh, there we go. We got it. Yeah, God wasn't too far off.
Yeah, Reamer sometimes Green Goblin. That one doesn't work too well.
Green Goblin's not bad though either.
What have you been called through the years that you can say on the radio?
Yeah, mine's pretty well known as just Big Cat.
Yeah,
that's good.
So,
but
I'll stick with that one.
You can't pick your own name. You know that's the rule. So
I know. I was given that by Eric Stahl.
All right, there you go.
And I've been lucky enough where I kind of don't get made fun of in the locker room anymore. So I think my nickname's good, and I'm the one who's given it.
You're locked. Yeah, that's cool.
And Kevin, do we know what the award will be this year? As far as we've had the golden helmet in the past, we've had the starter jacket, we've had a bunch of different things. You know what the star of the game gets to wear in the locker room yet?
No, so that usually comes about during training camp when we have like a team dinner or a night out with the team. We somehow, I don't know who, like the golden helmet came from Prague. We were in Switzerland, and we somehow ended up at a bar with all this Philly fandom on it, like all this flag.
Yeah.
And it was just like old golden helmet just hanging from the ceiling. It had nothing to do with anyone there. And we asked if we could take it, and they gave it to us.
Oh, that's cool. That's great.
Yeah. So it usually just comes about where either we're on a golf course or we're out having a couple beers and someone comes up with a funny idea or something funny happens, and we're like, all right, we're taking this back with us.
I like the old original motorcycle helmet. That was great. I think that was my favorite one. Well, listen, we do have some tickets that we're going to give away to the game. So the Flyers home opener is coming up on October 13th. We're going to do that in just a moment or two. With this getting underway now, what do you do leading up? I'm just curious. You talk about working so hard, Kevin. When you have your training, and then when the season starts, you play your games, and then you work out to try. What's kind of what's a good cleanse for you to kind of clear the mind? What do you like to do personally? We always like to find out what everybody's up to personally.
Yeah,
is it shows, movies? You get out, you play any kind of games or anything along those lines?
I picked up tennis in the last couple of years, so I try to play a little bit of tennis, and then NFL football is usually my go-to.
Nice.
Sundays are my day.
Yeah.
I just sit on the couch and watch football all day. And last night we had 2 games. Good Eagles win.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a great meme going around. It says Bills and Eagles fans when they're at the Super Bowl, and it's that it's WWE just jumping off of the cage onto tables.
Nice.
It'd be, it'd be solid.
We should pray for this not to happen.
Oh no! It's gotta happen.
Nice.
I'm ready for it.
All right, Kev, listen, man, it's great to touch base with you, and I'm sure we'll speak throughout the season. So thanks for your time this morning. Good luck with everything, all right?
Sure, guys. Thank you.
Yep, you got it. Kevin Hayes, guys, of the Flyers, and we do indeed have tickets to give away to that game, and we will take caller number 22 at 215-263-WMMR. We'll set you up with that, and don't forget that the home opener is presented by Smart Water, and it will be on Thursday, October 13th. They're going to be playing the Devils.
Wow.
And all fans get a Flyers home opener T-shirt, by the way. Tickets are on sale now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. All right, we have to take a break because the fellas are in place for the next mission of Casey's Big Adventure in my old hometown of St. Louis, and we'll get to that when we return. Stay with us. His face.
Tom Skivington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texts in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. He's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why sometimes we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, like, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever.
Whatever kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine, poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier to eat with a meal as opposed to, a Jack and Coke or something like that.
Or a wine and Coke.
But I'm not a...
Which is disgusting.
Well, have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and Coke?
Was this in the early days?
Yeah. It was When you put anything in Coke.
Yeah. Gin and root beer. Yeah. It's like, whatever. What can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum. We called it crumb. That's not good.
All right.
But like a white wine spritzer, that's,
Oh, I've been doing that lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just...
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine spritzers in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up at 4 a.m.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
So anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, mid to higher level and add, a spritz, spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley,
I'll spritz that.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make a...
They can do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
No, technically he's not wrong.
No. They can do anything.
He also tasted red wine from Canary Islands in Spain and another from Italy, which he described as being wonderfully perfumed, savory, potpourri, floral, and substantial.
Did he mention RoboCop?
No. Not
Zabo, what about RoboCop? What are you talking about? What?
I know you guys think I'm crazy sometimes with my taste palette, but there are, if I look at a menu, a wine menu, I will know, I don't typically like, and it's a wide range, but any wines from California. I don't think I've... Yeah, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be one specific wine.
You
but
don't like them?
typically, anything that I've tasted, if it's from California, and I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the soil that the grapes grow in.
You said you're not fond of Mexicans.
Stop it. I never said that. I'm part Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you say that? That's crazy. No. There's some people...
you might have a palate for it.
That could absolutely be it.
But I'm just wondering, maybe it does have something to do with where it's, where the grapes are grown.
Yeah. I don't... There's a documentary a friend of mine recommended. I haven't seen it yet. It's about sommeliers, master wine tasters, and I haven't seen it yet, but he said
it's about Somalians.
No, in the scene
pay attention.
In a scene, some friends are talking to the guy. He's like, "Come on, do the thing, come on." And he's like, "I don't want to blah 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 this and that." So he ends up giving in, and they pour him a bottle of wine. He does not know where it comes from, anything like that. He's able to sample it. It has such a refined palate that he can not only tell you the type, he can narrow it down to the exact vineyard that it came from.
Gosh, what?
Some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his mouth.
Well, to reference a movie.
Move along. Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay.
Wow, you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop in New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. It gives me a headache.
Your nose has abilities.
Yes, it does.
Is Somm the name of that documentary?
This is the one that I know about, unless there's another one. Maybe there was one that you saw that I didn't, but I've heard of this one before. SOMM.
Well, there is a documentary on Netflix that was, we put it up on PrestonSteve.com, like documentaries that you have to see. And it is about, I don't know if it's about sommeliers or wine, but it is about wine.
So it was my birthday yesterday, and I have 6 great bottles of bourbon at home.
You got?
Yeah, some of them I got, some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So Yeah. So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No.
Okay.
Ice. You call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah, like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263 WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes.
Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsett, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
Okay.
How about that?
And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true though about that it is not healthy for cats?
Yes, that's
what I've heard.
That it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming a poinsettia leaf.
That's a human child. What about cats?
Let's see. Toxicity is relatively mild. Its latex can cause an allergic reaction in sensitive individuals.
So for 15 years, I didn't have a poinsettia in my house. And really, I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
Nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in the in this particular post.
Why don't you Nick, just type in the Google search bar "pussy" and see what comes up? It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right, see what we get.
All right,
only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
yes.
Dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I
All
just
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats on that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about
Oh, Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your dad, rather. He said, I got into news in the first place to be a part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shart.com is taken.
Ah, son of a bitch.
I know. They make T-shirts.
It actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They've reported.
We always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me.
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
About cats.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And they're the reaction to poinsettias.
Yeah,
which can be toxic and lethal. Hence, toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier. when I was talking about accidentally drinking to return some a musical instrument that I stole there 40 years ago.
40 years.
That's mission 1 taken care of. And it was wonderful because my old band teacher was there, which was just totally unexpected.
You're about to cry.
But now mission number 2 taking place, and I'm curious as to if they're going to be able to pull it off or not. Casey is in. He's in front of my boyhood home. Casey, are you there? Oh, we can't hear him.
Oh, no. All right, we're
going to have to do the backup audio, Casey. Hang on a second.
My fault.
All right, I got you. I got you now. Okay, yes. Casey's in front of my boyhood home. Casey.
Yes, yeah, there it is, right there. And we've actually have been standing here for a little while. We probably should have parked around the corner. I thought we were going to you guys like right after the Hayes interview. And anyway, we've been standing out here. I've actually talked to a couple of your neighbors.
Okay.
Nobody that you know. I met these 2 old guys. I was just hoping that perhaps maybe somebody knew the Wilson family back in the 80s. But,
right.
So this is going to go, really one of 2 ways. It's either a great home run or these people be like this lady over here who is so nasty to me.
She was.
Dude, I was so nice to her, and I just wanted to find out, her history, like a little bit, like maybe if she knew you growing up, and she was not having it.
Okay.
Oh my God!
See,
no, she was. What?
No, because it could, people are, you got to watch over your shoulder these days. So it's a little difficult to just stroll into a neighborhood and be like, hey.
Yep. This one's going to be hard.
There are 4 of us. Make no sense, by the way. You got me with my painted toenails.
Seriously.
Okay, you got him, and then you got our parole officer over here.
That's my buddy Steve. All right, should we switch over audio?
I'm thinking switch to the phone.
We're breaking up too much, so I'm gonna leave the video up, but you're gonna need to talk on the phone, and I've got it, Jackie Bam Bam's phone, if you could grab him. But we want to get both the video and the audio, if you can do that. So.
I love that Steve is he's like, when you meet him, he's kind of like, I don't know, he's a little quiet, but fun, but like he's up for anything. Like he's there, like Casey said, dressed like a parole officer, ready to get into your old house.
I think if you could have Steve with you, since you guys all look like you just came off a bread line, if you could have Steve with you at the door, that might help.
All right, Case. So the mission is, for those who don't know, Casey to get into my old bedroom and leave a picture of me and a couple of things that I gave him.
All right, and I'm going up here solo, right? Like Bam Bam's not coming with me?
Whatever you want to do.
Take Steve.
Whatever you want to do.
Well, no, come on, Bam Bam, let's go.
Oh, God. No, you just ruined it.
Yeah, here we go.
Casey.
Yes, I have gypsies on my front lawn.
Casey, can't take it.
All right, you going to ring the bell?
I'm ringing the doorbell.
Okay.
I'm nervous.
And did you bring that old picture of me standing in the driveway?
I did. I did.
All right, okay.
All right.
Holding everything and... Listen, I don't know if anybody's here. There were 2 cars in the driveway.
Okay.
So,
yeah, maybe they're there. I mean, it's early.
It's
7:45 now, so it's 7:45 there.
They're still pretty friggin' early.
I know.
So I rang the doorbell, but I don't know if it works. So do I give it a little knock?
I'd give it about 10 seconds and then give it a knock.
And then start checking windows.
They might be upstairs sleeping.
I mean, the cops haven't shown up yet, so we're feeling good.
Yeah.
If someone knocked at my door at 8:50 in the morning,
it's never good.
Get out of here. Get away from me.
And if one of them looked like Jackie Bam Bam?
911 immediately.
All right, Casey.
One of the man's genitals are exposed to his pants.
All right, Casey, you going to try knocking?
Yeah, I'll give it
I think this is the toughest one. I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna bear any fruit.
Security camera there. I'm just waving. Like, hello.
Okay.
Yeah, security camera. I'd look at the camera and I probably wouldn't even go downstairs.
Yeah.
So if I'm on camera, Preston, how am I going to ditch this weed?
What's that?
I said, if I'm on the security camera, how am I going to ditch this weed, bro?
Oh.
What is that?
You just need to crumble it in the yard. That's all I want you to do.
Okay.
All right.
Well, now that you said that on camera, they're not answering.
Man, it doesn't look like
anyone's home. Did you see there's 2 cars in
driveway.
the driveway?
2 cars in the driveway, but like I said, they got me standing here looking, pretty fairly normal, minus the painted toenails. and then Bam Bam here, you know. So.
Right. It looks like Cher.
Should we send Steve up?
And Steve and Kyle are the backups off camera. So
is the door unlocked?
No.
Case, look for large rocks where they're like people put their keys in them.
Check under the mat.
Check under the mat.
The numbers on the side of the house are still the same ones. I totally recognize. So yeah, and that was we had this house built in 1980.
How long did you live there?
I lived there till, I moved away for a couple of years and then came back. But I moved away in 1996.
Okay.
So
Is it the same color or no? That's different.
No, it was a different color. Ours was like crap brown. It was garbage.
Casey, the neighbors, so besides the one neighbor who is real nasty, how the other neighbors okay?
Well, hang on a second. We're going to have to talk to Steve real quick because nasty neighbor came over and talked to him. How was Nasty? Nice?
Oh, she was fantastic.
What did she say?
State my business and that I've outworn my welcome.
State your business and you've outworn your welcome.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she wanted to know if I was contracted to be there.
Well, yeah, you were. We're just not paying you.
We're not paying you.
Wait, is she the next door neighbor to where we're trying to get in?
And mind you, we're not in front of her house. We're not knocking at her house.
Well, so I would appreciate a neighborhood watch with the banshee like that on the patrol.
But I think we're about 30 seconds away from her calling the cops.
Yeah. Not unless you go tell her that you are scouts for the Bachelorette.
You should.
Yeah, you might want to get rid of the weed now. Yeah, you might want to do that now.
I did.
Oh, you did? Oh, thank you.
There you go.
By the way, Casey, look at the house across the street. See the house across the street?
Yeah, I met those neighbors. I met the Moffats earlier. It was super.
Okay, so you see they should have little lights on the side of their garage there by the garage doors.
Yeah.
I shot those out with my BB gun.
Jeez. You were the worst.
I know. And I thought they'd never know. The kid who's always running around in the yard with the BB gun.
They'll never know.
I got in so much trouble for that. My dad nearly killed me.
God, how old were you when you did that?
I was probably 13 or something like that.
Wait, so who did you live in this house with?
Tell Steve it was me and Dave Court that did it. Steve will get a kick out of that.
Dave Court? No, he says shocking.
Press, who did you live in this house with?
My family, my mom and dad.
Who's your mom
and
and dad? Okay, I wasn't sure if they were divorced yet.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, mom and dad and sister, and my sister was a partier. She had, freaky people over all the time.
So what do you want? How do you want to proceed here? Because I don't think it doesn't look like you're going to gain access in anything.
No.
I mean, besides, as I said, for checking for open windows, but you can't do that. Obviously, that's when it's an actual felony. So,
well, we can chalk this one up to a.
It's still we got to see your house and got to meet that super swell neighbor.
Yeah.
Super
So we're gonna boogie because Kyle's getting a little bit bugged out. We're not gonna. What are we gonna get arrested for? Being awesome?
Yeah.
You know.
And Kyle was in the military.
Yeah.
Yeah, that or the weed.
Yeah. There might be remnants left. All right, I figured this one was a super duper long shot, so
bummer.
we're gonna have you guys get out of there. But we have two more missions for them.
Absolutely.
Before the show is up.
Get the contact information for that nasty neighbor.
The next thing that Casey will have to do, and this will be real easy. There's really no skill to it whatsoever. But where I went to broadcasting school, the broadcast center. Before it was the broadcast center, it was actually the radio station I used to work at, Q104. So then, after Q104 went under or moved to another location, they moved the broadcast center to there. So two important things in this one location.
In one spot. Is there something to be left there? What do
There
you
is
leave,
something to be
cocaine
left
there?
No, we're not leaving any cocaine.
Jeez.
I never did cocaine.
Okay. All right. Just didn't know what you were leaving. You had pot at your house, and then
No, we have my Unit 1 broadcast center cassette tape. And also an old Q104 bumper sticker.
Okay.
So we're going to leave those at that location.
All right. So maybe proceed. Then are we commissioning them now at this point to proceed to that?
I think so.
That next stop.
Well, yeah, we're gonna go to Duncan first, and then we'll head over.
All right.
And then, do you want to relay what we're hoping to wrap up with?
Sure. By the end of the show, we're hoping to send Casey to the very top of the Gateway Arch this morning.
Yes.
So he can get up there and be a part of that well-known monument.
By the way, we've gotten some questions from listeners. We are streaming all of this live, so if you want to go to our YouTube channel, you can see Casey's big adventure, and we're capturing all these moments while they're out on the road.
Yep, but that was my house in the background right there, right behind Casey. That's where I did a lot of growing up.
Apparently you got out just in time because you probably just as that nasty neighbor was moving in, you had left.
Well, where she lived, that was an accident. I shot the car with the BB gun.
No wonder she's pissed off.
Put a hole in the fender.
Are you talking to that son of a bitch?
I got in a lot of trouble for that one, too. All right. Anyhow, we'll see you guys at the next stop, Case. We'll check in with you, okay?
Press, can you hear me real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're jumping in separate cars. So to make a long story short, if you lived here now, it's kind of like Stacy's mom. It was like a MILF. She's super hot. Now we could say we're in the car. She's walking her dog. It looked like an MTV old video. Super hot. I'm like, Case, keep walking. And she totally blew him off. Then your friend Steve, she's watering the lawn out here with a little dog in these like little short shorts.
In my old house?
Yes, your neighbor.
Oh,
your neighbor.
Was that the mean one that Casey was talking about?
Yes, that's what he's talking about. But here's the thing: your friend Steve is.
Oh, we lost him.
You're knocking on the front door, and she goes, "Can I see your ID and all?" And your friend Steve's shaking his head like, "We better go now." She goes inside, and maybe she's calling the cops. I don't know, but that's why Case is like, "We got to roll."
All right.
Super hot.
I was in
water in the lawn with a hose and her little dog. I'm like, Case, keep walking. Go say hi to her. And she totally blew him off. Like, he's crossed.
I was envisioning this like battle axe, right?
I thought she was like an old hag.
She's like Stacy's mom.
I'm like, Case, you want me to go? But she was real meanie, but super hot. It was like, what was it, Rod Stewart's wife in that Stacy?
Oh, Rachel Hunter.
Rachel Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like that, man. I'm like, oh, let me talk to Preston.
All right, well, thanks.
Calling it Fast Times at Richmond High thing, you know?
Thanks for that extra information there, Jackie. We never would have thought that.
And she was wearing hot little short shorts, you said?
In a jumper, something like Romano would wear. A little short on the lawn with her little dog. And I'm like, yes! But she was a total bitch.
Damn. Oh, damn the luck. All right. Well, thank you, Jackie.
Okay, we're rolling now.
All right, we'll check in with you guys in a few. It continues. The guys, they are on their mission. Next one is to stop by my old radio station in the broadcasting school where you've heard the I am feeling good, and I hope you are too. Yeah. That's why I recorded that stuff.
I am feeling good, and I hope you are too.
And the need to eat pizza and all that was recorded in the broadcast.
We'll have to find out what they're. I know they're competent, but I mean, if you could even say you could stream right now. We're actually on the air in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I mean, just as you know, but I don't know. I don't know how the game is.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that the people were home. They just weren't answering the door. I think they looked on the security and
yes,
they were like,
there's gypsies out in front of our home. I think they want to abduct us.
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
I look at the Ring
ignore it.
camera. No, if it is somebody that I don't know and they were dressed like that, like civilians, and nope, sorry.
All right.
Go somewhere else.
We should have Steve lead and offer aluminum siding.
You're right. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we'll take a break. We'll check in with those guys when we return. We're also going to have comedian Doogie Horner here in the studio, so stay put. We'll be back shortly.
Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your dad, rather. He said, I got into news in the first place to be part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Shart.com is taken.
Ah, son of a bitch.
I know. They make T-shirts.
Which actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They reported.
We always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me.
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
About cats.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And the reaction to poinsettias, which can be toxic and lethal, hence toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail?
Well, they've got loads of distilleries. So it used to be, and it isn't as much anymore, when...
I assume it's not a straight line.
No, to call a spirit bourbon...
Yes.
Part of the requirement is it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But now there are other... now people are labeling bourbon even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually... There's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey. And it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia or at least Pennsylvania. And it's called Bourbon. I had it. It's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries, my dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones, Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And
it's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I, and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I mean, it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016. There were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon. Happy trails to you. It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric
But
Gregory.
first I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the Bible.
They don't want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink. Everyone knows that. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah,
when Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim
You know what I
Beam?
don't know?
Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they create it and distill it and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process. And then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have, there's like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that comes out. So anyhow, so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015. So it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with The Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that...
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
That he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that, Casey, again.
The streets of Barcelona.
You have to waft that up to your face.
They what you call a Barcelona oven.
So
you can see the streets now, and the little children playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to. I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Oh yeah, most of
that
the
has to
time.
be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're on. That information's incorrect.
Yeah. In fact, I had jotted down a note not that long ago. I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, that's let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C. I think
every state has a Springfield.
Right.
But, and it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all, and obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts. Yeah. And when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks.
I thought you were going to sing Hey, Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us? When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, no. Earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about like, it's funny. People are calling in about like super crazy. Like they were calling about bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah. Honestly, they could lose their jobs over that. As nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have an expertise in that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank robber. No, I'm not a bank robber.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
Seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing him.
Oh, darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like his attitude?
Do I like his attitude?
Like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky.
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
Yeah. Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray.
Holy cow!
It worked.
Tornation, it works. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm going to fire. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high. God. Because my parts all got all froze up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McWayne and Catherine Mono anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a double of beer, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing. He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
Really?
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
That hooker
I don't think anybody, Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you got to help me out here, man. What's the best? I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay.
Magical. Yeah. So, Kathy's going to knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but
I wish we could have another groundhog here I could share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his jam?
I think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. Boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your show.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls. Kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages. Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Yes, sir.
I have to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer?
Helium Comedy Club, not until Wednesday, September 28th. But you want to get your tickets because he's going to be recording his next comedy album. And you may have seen him in a comedy club around here, or maybe you've seen him on America's Got Talent. But we are happy to welcome back to our studio Doogie Horner.
Hey. Thank you. Nice to be here. It's great to be here. And I have to say, Kathy, I love hearing you talk about traffic. It is. I could fall asleep to that. It's like this rhythmic
ASMR
chanting type. You know, it's this rhythm. It's I find it very relaxing.
Yeah, it's funny when I record commercials with our imaging guy. Like he tells me, get out of traffic mode because it's very like just one tone.
That is true.
Wow.
That is the pattern.
Seeing you do it live is just, folks, I wish you could be here.
Is it nostalgic for you because you're from the area?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You hear all the streets and stuff like that.
It's like if I lived at the beach hearing the sound of the surf again. You know what I mean? It's just like, the rhythm of life.
Yeah.
But you grew up in Bethlehem?
Yeah, I'm from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and then I went to college here in Philly at art school.
I went to Bethlehem a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, how was it?
It was
fantastic.
Yeah, it was amazing.
It's amazing. Thank you, my hometown.
So did you?
I went there because so my family and I, as a family thing, we do escape rooms. It's just our little family activity. Thing about escape rooms is once you do them, you can't do them again.
Oh yeah.
So we've done all the ones around here. So we're having to branch out a little bit. So we went out to Bethlehem and went to one. And I haven't really spent much time in Bethlehem, but it's definitely out in the nether regions, if you will.
Bethlehem's kind of an escape room in itself. I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends from high school that are still working on that.
Trying to escape? Yeah.
Like I'm in Allentown. I'm close. I'm almost out.
Can't quite get out.
I just have to figure out this one code.
Did you grow up going to Music Fest?
Yep.
That was like the thing every year, right?
Huge. That's still huge.
Oh, yeah.
We always, if you go to Music Fest every year, what you get into are like the smaller groups, like the Red Elvises.
Oh, okay.
Like the free bands. You don't go to like George Clinton or Snoop Dogg or whatever. It's like those little local bands every year that are always free in some small tent, but they just rock. Like the Red Elvises. They were there every year. They rock.
So that's the story. Are those more esoteric bands?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the smaller ones that like
cool.
but local people know about. So yeah, I love Music Fest though.
Have you gone back to it since you've left the area, moved to New York? Have you ever get back to Music Fest?
Yeah, I hate to sound like an old timer, but it's getting more crowded every year, and it's kind of I don't think it's as fun. I don't like it as much as I used to because it's so crowded, but. I'm probably just an old timer.
Well, you did
an old man.
You did the classic thing. So if I understand correctly, during the COVID, you moved out. You were in New York. Were you in Queens or where were you?
Yeah, we were in Queens. We were right by aptly named Corona Park, which was the first big hot spot. And when the pandemic when it hit, we were like, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Partially because we had a 4-year-old, and I was like, I don't want to be in a 2-bedroom apartment with a 4-year-old. So we moved out to the woods with some family. We were out in the Berkshires for like a year and a half. And then we ended up in Alfred, New York, which is a super tiny town in western New York now.
We were talking before you came on, and a lot of people, again, if you say you're from New York, people automatically assume you're from Manhattan.
Yep.
And there is a enormous state that just totally gets overlooked.
There's a whole state around that city.
So where you are, you like the, obviously having your different experiences. Do you like a little bit more rural? Do you like a little bit more small town Mayberry-ish?
It's a big adjustment. I mean, like, New York City has more people named Alfred than Alfred has people. And I'm not even joking. I looked it up. We have 5,000 people.
More people named Alfred than Alfred has people.
Yeah, wow. I lived in a town about 5,000 early on in my career. That was a small town.
Yeah.
And I remember how interesting that was.
Everybody knows each other.
Totally.
My first day there, I was walking the dog, and some lady goes, "Oh, you must be the comedian." Yes, I am.
So in that sense, it's like we had our producer Casey was encountering Preston's old neighborhood,
Yeah, I saw that.
And so one of the neighbors was doing the neighborhood watch thing, whatever. Do you feel comforted by everyone aware of you, or is that too Stepford-like?
I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, I was coming from Manhattan, from Queens and stuff, where you see 1 million people every day, and people just look right through you. You're invisible.
Yep.
And I was kind of used to that. Even when I come back to Philly here, you're not invisible. It's not the same as New York City.
I think you're right, and a lot of people there is a difference in Preston. From St. Louis, there is a small town feel to the city, which I think is one of the great things about it. That's why it's great that it's opened back up again, and you're feeling that again. So the special, or which you're going to be recording, Dad Max.
Yep,
right?
Dad Max.
Great, and Preston, you pointed out the cover art. You have a bat with nails in it, and it's obviously a riff on Mad Max, right?
Yeah.
How did you come by this?
The bat. Oh, yeah, I want to know where you got that bat.
I just went to my friend's house. So I call it Dad Max because that's how I felt over the pandemic. Like over the pandemic, everything shut down. And we're like, this is the apocalypse. It's like Mad Max. But it wasn't. It was like a boring apocalypse, you know? It wasn't like, give me the gasoline. It was like, I'm going to Walmart to get some Legos. Hopefully they have toilet paper. I'll see you later. If I'm not back it up, so anyways, I shot this over at my friend's house because I was like, your daughter has a Power Wheels, right? Can I sit on the Power Wheel? And he goes, yeah, I also have this bat full of nails. I said, what? Why?
Yeah.
And you have a dog, like I think did he have like a dingo in the movie? Is that what he had with him?
I don't remember.
He had a dingo. My dog is a Coton de Tuilier, which is a hypoallergenic French breed because I am allergic. So it's a little different than Mad Max.
Yeah, Mad Max never had like a respirator, an inhaler, I should say. Yeah. No, but the picture looks great. It's great. So and so you cover your. Well, so you're an author, you're an illustrator, you have all these things that I would think actually not being able to go out and about or restricted a little bit would actually feed into.
Honestly, I love the pandemic. A lot of people didn't like Corona. I kind of liked it. I mean, I got to hang out with my son, and we drew a lot of comic books together. And
is he artistically inclined?
He is. Over the pandemic, we hung out and we drew like tons of comic books together. But I don't know if you know how kids are, like they get into something and then they get out of it.
Right.
After the pandemic stopped and he could hang out with friends again, he was like, oh, yeah, I'm done drawing comic books.
Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of stuff that you're involved in. I mean, you have, when we were here last time, you were working on the Die Hard coloring book, which is, and you've done all sorts of illustrations. I was telling Preston, and I didn't realize this, the Mrs. Peregrine's Peculiar Children series, you've done illustrations for that?
Yeah, I designed the covers for the first 3 books, and I did a bunch of the stuff on the insides, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long ago was that? When did that come out?
That was a while ago now, maybe 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
And then how did that come about? How did you get that assigned that? Did you get that job? Did you just submit? Were they taking submissions or?
Well, no. So I went to art school here in Philadelphia, and I always wanted to work in publishing. And so I got a job at Quirk Books, which is a small publisher here in Philadelphia. And I was the art director there for many years. And they published Miss Peregrine.
It's impressive.
Pride and Prejudice and Zombies and William Shakespeare's Star Wars and other great works of literature.
The Die Hard book is a really interesting story because, you'd been working on it for a while and then it found an audience and it found a really successful vein. Do you know how, all of a sudden it became its own little hit? Do you know how it worked its way into people's homes like it did?
I have how it worked into their homes and their hearts.
It's more than just homes.
That's right. No, a lot of these books like Pride and Prejudice and Zombies was like that. Miss Peregrine was like that. People just find them and they like them. Like no amount of marketing you do can make a book a hit.
Well, it's just it's like its own niche, and yet I see something like that. Oh, I want that. I want to look at that. And for a while there, though, the adult coloring book phenomenon really caught a head of steam.
Yeah.
And I got some, for the holidays from my wife a couple of years ago. But you've done Die Hard Christmas, Home Alone Hard.
Yeah.
And I love the tag, which is Yippee-ki-yay, you filthy animals.
Those 2 movies are very similar, and I just combined them, and they combine pretty seamlessly, actually.
What is the most obvious of the 2? The connection between the 2?
They're about a lone Irishman trying to get his family back.
Yeah, true. Have you ever seen Stallone Alone? The
deep fakes?
The deep fakes?
No.
It's Sylvester Stallone. Deep faked onto Macaulay Culkin's face. It's effing hilarious.
Wow.
See if you guys can pull that up on the screen. But it's you do the Doug Loves Movies a lot, correct? And you're a movie geek as well.
Yeah, I got to meet Macaulay Culkin one time. I was performing in Wisconsin, and he came up to me after a show, and he was like, "Great show, man." I was like, "Hey, thanks." "Hey, you're Macaulay Culkin."
I think let's see if we have this. Is this
I don't know. Yeah, that's Stallone's face on Macaulay Culkin.
You can barely tell.
It is. It's the best. It gets me every time. I like the Uncle Buck one. I was talking to Uncle Buck is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Now I can't unsee that.
I can't unsee that.
Hey,
Chilling.
so you guys, you'd mentioned your 4-year-old. You got another one on the way, like soon, right?
Yeah, so I recorded my last album here in Philadelphia before my first son was born, and we just found out we're going to be having another one in October. So I was like, I got to record another album.
Yeah,
every time.
Circle of life. No, we love it. So when you work on when you're working on material, comedy material, do you approach it in a vaguely similar way to how you compose a picture, or I mean, are you very systematic, or?
Yeah, it's kind of similar. You just you're starting with a blank page in both cases, and you just kind of figure out, all right, what do I want to draw, or what do I want to talk about?
Right.
But the big difference with stand-up is that you can kind of test stuff out. You know, you test it out in front of an audience, and you see what they think of it. When you're making a book, though, it's a lot harder. You're just bouncing it off your editor or your agent or whatever, and so you put the book out, and I mean, way more people. Well, I don't know about that, but like tons of people have read my books, but a lot of times you don't hear from them. When you do comedy, even if there's only like 10 people there, you know they heard you. You can see their reaction. So it's a very different feedback
It's a different
process.
thing, but yet you're obviously good at both. I mean, do you have a deal with Simon and Schuster, or the book? It was a this might hurt a bit.
This Might Hurt a Bit was with Simon & Schuster, and actually what I'm working on right now is I just finished drawing a kid's graphic novel called The Adventures of Invisible Boy, and that's going to be out next year, and that's with Putnam, which is a Penguin imprint, and I'm going to be doing 3 of those.
With all these
so
things,
that's what I'm working on now.
If you look at like the Umbrella Academy, and you look at all these graphic,
I love Umbrella Academy.
Right, so it gets ported over from a graphic novel, and I mean, has anybody approached you? Because you've done a ton of stuff. I mean, is this a potential as well? The Invisible property?
Yeah, we're talking with people about that. I mean, I've talked to a lot of Hollywood people before about books and stuff, and that stuff is, you never know. They're always like, we love it. It's great. It's fantastic. You're great. We're doing it. It's happening. And the next day, you're like, did it? Hello? Are you guys still there? Didn't happen. Oh, so close. But we love you. You're great. You're fantastic. We're doing it. Are you? We're not going to do it. But we love you. It's good.
Don't take this as a slight. You're still awesome. Yeah,
You can never tell how close stuff is.
Dude, it's crazy. I mean, they will make entire films and then they just go nowhere, or pilots of TV shows, and they just go absolutely nowhere.
Look what they did with Batgirl.
Yeah.
I mean, they made a $90 million movie.
Yep.
They are not going to release it. They're not even going to put it to streaming. They're totally happy to take the insurance loss on it. And you had a movie that has Michael Keaton returning as Batman in it.
Michael Keaton was in it?
Yeah.
Now I'm mad.
Yeah.
Just release his clips, just his parts.
Just his clips, yeah.
Just his part.
You wrote a book that I didn't realize you'd done this, and correct me if I'm wrong, everything explained through flow charts.
That was my first book, yeah.
So you're obviously, do you love Insignifica and stuff like this? And just random data? Like I used to get the Guinness Book of World Records and all that. Yes. So how long did it take to put something like that together? Because it looks like something I want to get.
The flowchart book took forever. It started when I started doing stand-up comedy, because I noticed most people's jokes were kind of about similar subjects, like relationships or embarrassing moments or things like that. And so my first chart was the Universal Comedy Flowchart, which covered every common subject about jokes.
I love stuff like that.
And then I did one about heavy metal band names, and then they just kept coming.
And how many charts? I mean, that's a lot of meticulous work.
It was a lot. I almost went insane. I stopped after I did that book. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stop. Yeah. I'll make a Die Hard coloring book. Something easy.
When graphing fellow comedians and their material and stuff, did any of it? Was it funny? Did you enjoy the process? Like, were there jokes in there that you wish that maybe you had come up with, or was it just something where you're like, yep, this guy told this joke, and then this lady told this joke that was pretty similar.
It was more about, it was more like types of jokes, like genres of jokes, like relationships, and then relationships would split into dating, marriage, and divorce. And then those would each split into, different types of things.
Do you put any stock in the long held belief that there's basically just 3 jokes and that everything comes from those 3 jokes?
This is great. This stinks. This is weird. Those 3 types?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's basically like you love this so much, and here's why. You hate this so much, and here's why. Or I don't understand this. This is so weird. Please help me figure this out.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, it's to me, Preston. If you look at the artwork and stuff on the cover of the book, I mean, I see RoboCop down there and a few other. So, okay, this is all cool.
I did a chart about. I watch a lot of action movies and I watch a lot of horror movies, and I noticed that the action heroes actually kill more people than the horror villains. And so I watched a ton of movies and I counted all the kills and I added it up, and it's true. Heroes kill more people than villains.
Who's the killingest hero?
I think it was actually Chuck Norris, I believe.
Well, yeah, we had years before when the Marvel universe was starting to really come together. We're watching some of these, going, dude, they're blowing up a lot of buildings there.
Yeah,
there are people in those buildings. Last time I checked,
absolutely. Or like even Indiana Jones, he gets in a mine car and tosses a henchman over the side. That guy's dead.
Yeah,
and he was just working. He's just a henchman. That's his day job. He's like, I got to pay the bills. I don't want to do this. I don't want to work inside a volcano, but I have to feed my family. And he's like, no.
You're right. Somewhere there's a Mrs. Henchman waiting for it.
He just went to work that morning.
Yeah.
Son of a
get
bitch.
In the cart. It's gonna be an easy day.
Bad luck of the draw. What's your favorite horror movie? Because I know you're a big horror aficionado, as am I. What is your favorite horror film at this point in time?
I think the best one is Texas Chainsaw.
The original Toby Hooper?
The original.
Tobe Hooper?
Yeah. Because it kind of spans the different genres. It's like, it was kind of self-made. He sort of didn't know what he was doing, which makes it seem real. But then he was good enough. There are certain moments that have real skill to them. And so I feel like it's a perfect fusion of the 2 different kinds of horror movies, which are the low budget and the high budget.
It's actually, a copy of it is viewable. If you go to the Museum of Modern Art, I think it's there. It's elevated to that status.
Wow.
Because it's also the first I can remember that did not care that it was broad daylight. In fact, threw you off because the first brutal act takes place on a beautifully sunny day, and then you're off and running.
You guys will hate this, being horror aficionados, but my daughter hates scary movies. I had. Yep. So now she watches this YouTube series called Kill Count. And it takes every movie and breaks down exactly what happens and shows you all the moments where people are killed. And I'm like, I go, why are you watching this? She says, so I know if it's too scary to watch the whole movie or not. And so I'm like, okay, I can't argue with the logic too much on that. So, but I'm like, this has all been ruined for you. She's like, yeah, but now I'll know if I can watch the movie or not.
It takes away the tension, which is the difficult part.
Would you ever entertain writing a horror? I mean, so you're writing books and you're writing all this stuff. Clearly, you have the capability writing a horror screenplay.
I wrote a horror novel. So after my first novel was a YA novel that was basically autobiographical about growing up in the countryside of Pennsylvania as a teenager.
Right.
And then my editor and my agent were like, all right, what's next? Another heartfelt memoir? And I was like, no, it's a horror novel about a baby vampire. And they were both like, pass, hard pass, no. We love it. It's great. Fantastic. Oh, that's not going to happen. Right. So I wrote a novel about this baby that becomes a vampire, and his dad's like...
Does it remain a baby?
It remains a baby.
It would have
forever.
to. Yeah, it's locked in time.
That's wild.
And my inspiration was, when you have a baby, it kind of feels like a vampire because it's feeding. If you're nursing,
it's living off you,
feeding on you, and I could see it like draining my wife, sapping her energy. She's like, have to eat twice as much, and you structure your whole life around it, and you're like, the baby, the baby, the baby. It kind of hypnotizes you.
Oh, what's
your
the title
whole
of it
life
again?
goes to feeding it. I called it Baby Teeth.
That's good.
It's great.
But I showed it to some people, and they were like, it's fine.
You stop and think about the great horror movies where Let the Right One In.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a little girl. There's Near Dark. There is a boy who is locked, or in Interview with a Vampire, Kristen Dunst plays a little girl who's locked. But yet they have mature feelings because they're older, but they're always perceived as a kid.
Yeah.
It's such a freaky cool thing. So with the show and I mean, you're doing like a full hour, I assume, right?
Yep.
How long does it take to put something like that together for you?
It's weird because my last album was 6 years ago.
So you've accrued some.
But I put most of this album together in the last half year.
Really?
I think just because I knew, I'm going to be recording an album. So I was like, all right, let's get down to business.
Is that how you have to work under a deadline?
Yeah, I feel better because otherwise it's like you write stuff, it comes, it goes, you're just kind of performing. And I don't really think about finalizing stuff until I know, okay, I'm going to be recording another album.
Well, your stuff is always hilarious.
Yep,
Yeah.
agreed. So the show that Doogie's going to be recording will be at Helium, and it's going to be on Wednesday, September 28th. It's an 8 o'clock show, and you get the tickets at heliumcomedy.com. Are you just in town to promote that, or are you doing anything else while you're
Yeah, I'm
in PA?
mostly just going to promote it, and I'm doing some other shows, and I'm also trying to buy a white suit.
Okay.
I used to perform in a white suit, and then it got too dirty because it's a white suit.
Do you need
Looked like
direction
camo.
on where to go find a white
Yes.
suit? Okay. How should people reach out to you?
You can message me on Instagram at Doogie Horner.
A white suit so you would like to purchase it in this area.
Yeah, I'd like to get a white suit in Philly. And the problem is it needs to look like, it can't look like, I don't want it to look like I'm going to the prom.
Right.
You know, I want to look like John Lennon. Maybe that's a tough
John Lennon,
call.
Steve Martin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So
Gotcha.
it needs to be like fit. I don't want it to be like, I went to the suit corner to try to get one and they gave me like a 6-button suit. You know, and I was like, I don't know about this. And they go, oh, this is a high fashion suit. This is what Steve Harvey wears. And I was like, yeah, it might not be right for me. I'm not going to host Family Feud.
You're tired of being compared to Steve Harvey.
Oh, every day. All the time.
Suit Supply in the King of Prussia Mall. I like them.
Suit Supply.
Suit Supply.
Yeah.
King of Prussia Mall.
And they'll cut, like, you could probably, if you need it for this weekend, like, you can get it in the store. I don't know if they have white, but you can get it in the store and then they'll tailor it for you right there.
Oh, nice.
All right. And if you know another little spot, you can reach out to Doogie, and it's at Doogie Horner on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
Okay. DM him if you slide into the DM.
With your suit suggestions.
It's great to see you, Doogie. Thanks for stopping
Thank you,
by here.
Preston.
We appreciate it. Wednesday, September 28th at Helium Comedy Club. Go see Doogie.
Yeah.
Gentlemen. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll continue the journey across the country with Casey and company and Casey's Big Adventure. Stay there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Let's win some money. 93.3 WMMR presents You Loot. Your shot to win $1,000.
I mean,
how not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
Yeah.
Yes, and that's
Sadly.
what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not
Wait,
really.
I
think
did.
it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary,
Gary looks like an Amber Alert in the making.
he sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263 WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
Not 10.
8.
No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
Yeah,
doing 8?
come on.
I'm sorry. 8.
Which one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album. Hey, we got crooked teeth. Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. It's got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good, yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, here it goes. Right, so right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio two gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know? And the great Artie Lang is here.
I haven't seen you in so long.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life
Oh,
experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky. That is
Boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, that could be said of any lifestyle.
All right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be
show.
funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to peel go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
And you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to, you're starting out in comedy. My question is, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Judd, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay. We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories, you know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up, there's more stakes, you're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast. Right. Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
No, it's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which is a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost
Ditka,
impossible.
but he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this, and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
Dude, that was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, so that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do?
A little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I loved Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. That there's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
Doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering. I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right.
Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's really on the professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut. You'll
I think
regret
that what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have
first
to
time
be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different? What's the reason we suck now?"
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, "Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about." And Mr. Lang here, "Oh, I'm a mess and I can't," it kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast
what
a real
resonates.
guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn. And man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, I mean, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. You know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, "I know you can do this. Don't worry." But this guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah.
In like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, "No, I know Artie can do this." And was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, "Listen, I can't go to the Yankee Padre World Series if I take this part." And it was being shot in Nova Scotia.
The gang out in St. Louis just dinged in, yes, at a Dunkin' Donuts on South Kirkwood Road.
Okay.
So you were wondering if there was a Dunkin' in the area? There is.
Very good.
And they are legitimately running on Dunkin'.
That they are. So we will check in with the guys again in a moment. We've got a couple things we're going to do before we do that. Real quick, I have a butt plug, if you do not mind, an event that I will be at. It is the Mother's Wish Foundation and their second annual 5K run. Excuse me, and 1 mile walk. It is on October 1st. We're in the 5K season.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Fast and furiously.
This is to raise awareness for inflammatory bowel disease like Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. My daughter has Crohn's disease, so we're very passionate about this. I will be at the event Saturday, October 1st. Registration is at 8:15, and it's being held at Hebner Park in Worcester, Pennsylvania. And there's raffle baskets, prizes, activities, all kinds of stuff. You can go to WMMR.com, click on the communities event page, get signed up. I would love to see you there. A real quick anniversary chart per request, if you don't mind.
Not a problem.
It is a 20th anniversary chart. This is from Mike Hughes. He says, "Hey, Preston, I'm Mike from Oxford, and my wife, Katie, and I celebrated our 20th wedding anniversary. She introduced me to you guys a few years ago, and now I listen to your podcast every day out delivering for UPS. We enjoyed talking about what happened on your show, the inside jokes. I'm also a huge Fish fan, have been to over 100 shows since the 90s.
Holy hell.
And I love hearing Casey talk about them once in a while. But my wife and I are especially big fans of Steve's quick wit. I even snuck on her phone and put his yoo-hoo and huh as a ringtone and text tone when I call. And I have it on my phone, too, and I get a laugh out of it every time she calls. So if possible, and he's requesting this. If you don't want to do it, it's okay. But he'd like to do a yoo-hoo, shart, ha combo for my beautiful bride of 20 years. If that's too much, I'll settle for a traditional shart as well. Thanks. Keep the laughs coming. You all rock, Mike Hughes.
All right, so that wasn't... I have to do that then.
Yoo-hoo, shart, and then ha.
This is not an official yoo-hoo, by the way, which will be coming up in a few minutes.
Yes.
Wait.
That's it. He did it. He did it right there. All right, then this one's over to, did you say please?
No, he said wait.
Oh, okay. This is an out-of-date short. It says, my best friend's husband, Bob Wisman, a.k.a. my husband number 2. All the work and none of the benefits, will be turning 40 on Tuesday, September 13th. They're both dedicated listeners for years, and Cardboard Classic is one of our favorite yearly events, and that's coming back, gang.
It sure is.
I know a short out would make his day, but make it a little squeaker. A big juicy
I got it.
Will just go to his head. Thank you for getting us through the work week. You all are pretty okay.
All right.
Much love from V. So here you go. A little squeaker for you, and happy birthday. All right, now we can do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Red Robin. You can choose any style Red Robin Tavern double burger with bottomless fries and drink for just $10. Dine in only at participating locations in PA. Red Robin. Yeah! Thank you. Let's see. In Israel, a crime ring has been running a chicken slaughterhouse in the north for the past few years, selling chickens to suppliers and shops throughout the country without government supervision. And they arrested at least 6 people in connection with the incident.
Yes, Agent Simmons with the chicken division.
Back in 2013. And he's Jewish. Maybe
He
it's,
absolutely is.
Israeli.
He's a big supporter of both Israel and chickens.
Back in 2013, a similar case occurred. A Sagalwick Food Industries truck carrying birds designated for slaughter was involved in an accident on a back road, and as a result, the truck flipped over and the cages spilled out onto the road.
It was a cluck accident.
The chickens were dispersed everywhere, some of them sustaining injuries. And in addition to the 6 suspects arrested, police apprehended 6 more and confiscated 9 private vehicles, 11 trucks, and industrial vehicles, and 500,000 shekels in cash as well.
If you were one of the chickens injured in that truck accident, give us a call.
Yeah. They represent chickens everywhere.
He was born in Israel. I didn't know that.
Yes. Yeah.
Born in Israel.
Gene
Wow.
Simmons, yeah.
All right, here's
That was
another.
the name of his hit album, Born in Israel. Born in Israel. I was born in Israel.
That sounds derivative.
All right, here is another story. This is interesting because of the person that this is. So it's in Arkansas. A food company executive was arrested on a pair of charges after reportedly biting a man's nose in a parking garage in Fayetteville on Saturday night.
So I saw this. Was it bitten off or just simply bloodied?
Part of it was bitten off. A little bit, some of the skin was. Doug Ramsey was arrested on charge of terroristic threatening and third-degree battery. And the interesting part about it is that Ramsey was named the COO of Beyond Meat in December of 2021.
So is that meat made from nose?
That's what we're wondering. And the incident happened at a parking garage near Razorback Stadium following Arkansas's victory over Missouri State. Just after 10 p.m., an officer was dispatched to Gate 15 for a disturbance that had previously occurred in the stadium parking garage. The responding officer found 2 males with bloody faces at the scene. The officer spoke with both parties and a witness and determined that Ramsey was allegedly in the traffic lane of the structure, attempting to leave, when a Subaru inched his way in front of Ramsey's Bronco, making contact with the front passenger's side tire.
I'm going to eat this guy's nose.
Yeah, Ramsey got out of his vehicle and allegedly punched through the back windshield of the Subaru.
Oh, my God.
The owner of the Subaru then got out and stated that Ramsey pulled him in close and started punching his body. And Ramsey also bit the owner's nose, ripping off the flesh of the tip of his nose.
Oh, my God.
The victim and the witness also reported hearing Ramsey threaten to kill the owner of the Subaru. Occupants of both vehicles got out, and they helped separate the parties. Ramsey was arrested, and Ramsey had been a member of Tyson Foods' poultry business since 1992.
By the way, their meatless, whatever their nuggets are made out of, you know what I'm talking about, Marissa. They're delicious.
And was named president of Global McDonald's business in 2019. So he's like a bigwig in the food industry.
You need to understand the guy gently bumped him.
Yeah, and his tire.
Yeah, that's why.
All right, I love this story. Jack Dawson didn't die at the end of the movie Titanic. He swam down to Tampa Bay.
Huh.
That's what you would think walking into the home of this 30-year-old person in Largo who is known only by his username, and he's gathered a cult following of nearly 50,000 social media users, mostly through TikTok, as he builds his self-proclaimed world's largest collection of Titanic on VHS. He has over 500 copies in his collection of just Titanic.
The movie Titanic
just on VHS.
1,000 VHSs because it was double.
Where did you see that?
When it was a VHS, it was a double VHS.
It was a double film,
I see.
because
Well, they're
there is
not
one.
counting as that. So once he collects,
No, that would be stupid.
Once he collects 500 more, Titanic fan 97, who asked to remain anonymous, said that he'll reveal his face to his fans.
Right.
He said, I think that mystery is good, and I just love making content and having fun, and I love Titanic on VHS. Well, the VHS format has been dead for nearly 20 years, piling up in thrift stores, but
I could think of no better way to waste my time.
Our Titanic fan has turned those rejected piles into a scavenger hunt for people around the world as they help build his collection. He receives tapes mailed from as far away as Australia, and he's drained Tampa Bay of all its copies. If you're looking for one, you need to drive at least an hour away.
It's not even a good collection. It's redundant. And Marissa's right, by the way. We're looking at the packaging. It's 2 VHSs per box.
I love this. I think this is hilarious. Yeah. In 2012, he noticed 12 VHS tapes of Titanic at a Suncoast Hospice resale shop in Clearwater, and that became the start of his collection. He said, I knew it was going to be the start of something magical. And he also has 5 Jack Dawson dummies around his house, too.
Now that I approve of.
Most recently, he built a Jack Dawson out of the tapes to mark 500 copies and had Lowe's create paint in the exact shade of blue as the VHS cover spine for the door for his home office turned Titanic temple. And followers will also send him obscure gifts, like one fan who put all of his TikToks on a VHS tape. But he's got competition. Another TikToker who collects Shrek on VHS is out to foil his plan and collect all of the copies of Titanic on VHS he can find and destroy them.
Chew that guy's nose off.
So apparently there's a couple of these guys are going at it against each other. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File. It is at 10 o'clock. Let's do this.
Here it is, MMR's. Yoo-hoo loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
And the keyword is crazy. C-R-A-Z-Y. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways to do it. Text to the special contest, short code number 45911, or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So, again, the word is crazy, C-R-A-Z-Y. Good luck to you, and we hope you win $1,000 from MMR. Okay, so, Marissa, what's the latest? What are we doing?
You sent them on 3 missions. They are arriving at their 3rd mission right now.
All right, then we need our official intro so we can get this underway in classic form, and then we will check in with the boys and see how we are doing at that point.
The Preston and Steve Show bring you another check-in on Casey's Big Adventure on MMR.
All right, so first up, St. Louis, my old stomping ground. They went by my high school, my house, and now another school I went to that was also a radio station I worked at. It was the Broadcast Center, but before that, it was Q104 Radio. I worked there. I went to Broadcast Center when it was in a different location. I worked at WKBQ, Q104.
Right.
That's where Kenny Knight was born.
The meat behind the beat.
Correct. And then after I left there, the station moved, and the Broadcast Center moved into our old studios and set up shop there. Well, they're since both gone, shut down. They don't exist anymore.
I am feeling good, and I hope you are too.
But the building is still there, so I wanted Casey to leave a memento. And Casey, you are indeed at the location.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, man, I didn't know if the show, if this was going to get like better or worse. And I didn't know how it could get any better after we started at Parkway Central and Mr. Becker.
Yeah.
Like, it was just such a special moment. And then, you know, that lady on Cloverfield Drive or whatever.
The hot bitchy lady?
Everything. And now here we are at the old Broadcast Center of an old closed down building, and I'm pretty sure I'm standing in a heroin den.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
There's loads of needles. Those are hypodermics. Laying on the ground.
No, those are pens.
Oh
those
God!
are pens.
They look like hypodermics.
Oh, I thought it was.
I thought those were needles.
No, those are pens, but there is a lighter there. Like, so we're at the old broadcast center here, Preston. And
Yes.
let me tell you, it is just beautiful here.
It's an abandoned building.
Casey, do you feel the way people have described when they stand on the beach at Normandy?
Yes, as a matter of fact, like I feel, like I was there. You know what I mean? Like
when it all happened.
When it all happened, I just feel like it, and I didn't when we pulled into the park. I'm like, well, where do I start this break? Do I start it at the front door here where it says entrance for food pickup and takeout? Or, I don't even know what this building is.
All right. I don't know what it is now, but I'll tell you, that door that you're at right there, we had a special buzzer in the studio. That's actually the side door.
Oh,
and so there was a button you would hit, and it would flash a light in the studio, and then we had a buzzer we could hit, and we could let people in. And that's where we would tell, like if you worked late nights, if you wanted to get laid from somebody on the request line.
You'd have to go to the side door.
They would come in through there. Fast Eddie, our overnight DJ, he got laid, and he got so many Hummers in that studio. I can't even begin to tell you how many. It was unbelievable.
You went there as the broadcast school and later returned.
No, the other way around. The broadcast school was in an area of town called Clayton when I went to school there. Okay. And then later on, I eventually worked at this radio station, Q104. That's where the studios were. Now, once I left, I moved to Philadelphia. I worked here for several years. That radio station went under, or it moved somewhere else. And then the broadcast center moved there.
Got it.
So I didn't actually go to school at this place. I worked there.
You worked there when it was
But I figured items from both parts of my life in broadcasting school and in broadcasting would be okay to leave.
Do you want a fun fact here?
Sure.
I worked at a Q104. Bill Weston worked at a Q104. He was in fact, the first time I ever met Bill Weston was at Q104 in New York.
Wow.
I guess it's a common configuration.
Wow.
Hey, Press, do you want me to walk through the front plywood doors? Or?
Sure.
It's absolutely boarded up.
Hey, Casey, did you bring that cocaine that Steve was suggesting earlier?
Yeah, sprinkle that.
There's probably some around anyway. Go back to that heroin den.
Wow.
I'm assuming Press, you don't want me to drop off any of your old thing here, right?
Do you want to? Do you want to? Just can you secrete
you can
it
leave
somewhere?
him there. You can leave him there. I don't care. Leave him there.
Oh, are you sure?
Well, I'm not doing anything with him, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, is it possible to do a quasi time capsule thing and at least bury it?
All right. How about I at least plop a sticker on here?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that makes more
sense.
sense.
I don't want to leave the tape here, but where do you want me to plop the sticker?
On the heroin needles.
On the heroin needles? Do you want me to do it on the front door?
No,
the
do
side
it.
door,
Do it on the
mailbox?
Do it on the side door on the glass
Where
there.
he got his
I mean,
Hummers.
the thing is, the place is boarded up, so they're not doing anything with it right now.
No.
So I'd put it on the glass over there on the side. Yeah. By the way, there was one time somebody scrawled a bomb threat on that front, right by the front door there, with chalk, and we had to abandon we had to evacuate the
Well,
area.
looking like it looks now, that would have been an improvement.
Yeah. It's actually not in a super bad area. It abuts up next to
No, it's not.
It's up next to an area in St. Louis called the Hill, and Steve could tell you about that, who's there, but it's the Italian American area of St. Louis, and all the great Italian restaurants are on the Hill.
Were you doing like Italian music? Is that what you were playing?
No, we weren't playing Italian music. But at lunch, we would always go over to the Hill and go to Zia's or some other, what was the name of that other place? Steve,
Pizza Hut.
Steve, what were the name of some famous Hill restaurants? You remember?
Famous Hill restaurants?
Any restaurants from the Hill? What's that?
Geez, you put me on the spot. I can't think of them right now.
Zia's the one we used to go to, but there was one. It wasn't Rigatoni's. That would be stupid. I don't know why.
Rigatoni's, but spelled Tony.
It was right next to spaghetti.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of the place. Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, Press, I'm getting ready to put it where? I'm going to put it here somewhere.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's go here.
There you
right
go.
There.
Yep.
You know what? That
beautiful spot.
I helped design that logo.
that means something. That's cool. That's where you cut your teeth, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. That's where I was Q104.
Yeah.
Where I would do radio like that.
Who anointed you, Kenny Knight?
That was actually not there. That was in Jefferson City, Missouri.
Okay.
That was Bobby. That was Big Dog.
Okay.
Oh, Big Dog.
Yeah, Big Dog. Yeah, we can go Kenny. Yeah, we haven't had Kenny before. But yes,
so
I did.
we're gonna hit the road so we can get to the arch before the show's over.
Yeah,
But
let's do that.
I had to tell you guys, we went to Dunkin', and Jackie Bam Bam he wanted the green muchacho.
Macchiato, and he called it muchacho.
The green muchacho.
He's like the green thing.
Give me a green muchacho.
He's so lovable.
He's great.
He's so
He's in the
lovable.
back laughing.
Case, I want to ask you an observation about the area. Have you seen any? I'm talking to Casey, Jackie. Hang on a second. I'll get back to you. But have you seen any?
Get your nose out of the
Have you seen any Paneras around?
Have we seen? Yeah, I feel like I've seen some Paneras. Yes.
I was going to
This
ask.
is where it started, right?
Yeah, they were originally called the St. Louis Bread Company. I thought they were still called St. Louis Bread Company, and there are no Paneras there.
No, they're called muchachos.
You know what? I'll pay closer attention the next time we pass something, and I'll see if it says that.
Steve said they're called muchachos.
Press, I got to ask you, looking at the window here in the highway, kind of like our old hood, looking at a Rittenhouse Square, you can look at the highway while you're broadcasting here?
It's not quite Rittenhouse Square.
No, yeah,
but no, I don't. No.
From the air studio, you didn't have a window out to the main drag?
No, look behind Jackie. The windows were up high. Like,
Okay.
You couldn't see anything. So
on the side here. Okay.
yeah. So sorry. No, we didn't get a great view over there.
Well, let's get him over to the arch and see if we can get some. Yeah.
That's a great view.
All right.
That's the view that you want to go check out. So. Are you guys cutting loose from Steve? Is he taking off? He going back to work, or is he going to go with you to the arch?
Yeah, he's out of here.
All right, Devo. I'll call you later on, buddy.
All right, I'll get that check from you.
All right, you got it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Sorry about the bitchy neighbor back in the old neighborhood. All right,
my God.
You guys get on your way.
All right, later, dudes.
Bye-bye.
All right, see you, man. All right, so they're on to their next mission, which is to get to the top of the Gateway Arch.
Let me repeat again. This was Casey's. This isn't, unless you think this is some Preston self-serving thing. No, Casey wanted to take a tour of your old stomping grounds, and it's been pretty cool.
Yeah, somebody texted earlier, is this Casey's big adventure or Preston's big adventure?
Yeah.
But yeah, Casey wanted to see the area. I years ago, we wanted to plan where he and I went back there together and went to a baseball game and kind of showed him around. And we've never been able to coordinate and make that happen. So when this driving trip came up, he's like, I want to stop in St. Louis. Like, we were going to send him to Nashville.
That was the first.
A completely different route. But he's like, I want to go through St. Louis. So I'm glad he's there.
It's actually a more linear route, correct, Nick?
They're both fine.
Yeah. But it's very special, some of the things that he's managed to have happen this morning. So it's really cool. All right, so with all that, we should take a break and come back in a moment because we have lesson question, trash, and music news. You have just like a minute or so left to get our word over for you who loot, and the word is crazy, C-R-A-Z-Y. So text it to 45911 or go to the MMR app or WMMR.com and enter it. We'll be back in a second. And let me give this away, too, because our friends from Insomnia Cookies are here. I got a $25 gift card. And we'll take caller number 19 at 215-263-WMMR for Insomnia Cookies. And every Insomniac who shows up at the Insomnia Cookies PJ party tonight dressed in their PJs receive one free classic cookie.
Oh. Do it.
No purchase necessary. But with that $25, you can get tons of stuff. All right, so give us a call. We'll be back in just a moment.
It's my team, so you're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see about a girl. That's the riff of the year, I think. I'm more like Goodwill Forte. That's what I think of Will.
Goodwill Forte.
So I agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. Yeah. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time,
And I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, ugh. And then I thought I really scared her, so I went, whoa, I'm sorry. And the director said, no, she's acting. And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it. And I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the thing.
Well, you could call Luca Brasi little buddy. That's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
And somebody said, Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it. He's like, oh, good, because I don't know how to act. He goes, you know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller.
I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, do Burt Reynolds, and he would go, I need the mustache. I never saw a comic just say no to something.
He's a method actor.
Excellent. Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So, Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys. Crashing.
I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared 2 of the 3 men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at 3 guys, and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was hit.
Stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
Guys can't hit anything.
say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide the numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate to be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the shooting.
We go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
Well,
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know. I was singing that.
I was singing that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
5th one.
God.
Slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, hero.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No, tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that, when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick.
I just saw Steamboat Willie. Sick.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater. And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Yeah. Do it again.
You said Randy
Is this,
Newman.
Survivor? Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. Survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow.
Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, well, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but...
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Neumann.
That was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
U, as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island. On March 18th, Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands for Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know,
That's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what does
not
the
feel like lipstick.
bottle say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
Metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold? Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week.
Okay.
Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums,
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah.
He said it, milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with at the Wells Fargo Center on Saturday, October 8th. And the question, going to give you a gift, because sometimes it'll go back to like 6 o'clock hour, 7 o'clock hour. No. How about this one from just a little while ago? What's the name of Gene Simmons' hit solo record? Not really. 215-263-WMMR was just mentioned a moment ago. What is the name of Gene Simmons' hit solo record? It's not a real record. 215-263-WMMR. If you were listening, you know the answer. You should call now. We'll do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we got a sponsor, or are we good to go? Hang on real quick. Marissa's handling the Casey duties. All right, brought to you by Modia Opioid Use Disorder. If your loved one is living with opioid use disorder, consider a clinical research study. Learn more at Modia, OUDstudy.com. That's MODIA, OUDstudy.com. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, a spider seen on Queen Elizabeth's coffin during her funeral on Monday went viral as millions around the world saw the arachnid. According to Scottish law, a spider on a coffin is a sign that the person inside is alive and screaming to get out.
Dude.
Justin Trudeau coming under fire for singing karaoke in a London hotel lobby while in town for the Queen's funeral. Trudeau defended himself, saying he sang in tribute to Queen Elizabeth, and that's why he chose What the Fox Say.
Oh, man.
Hey! You remember that song?
I do.
And finally, Kim Kardashian has plunked down $70 million on a sprawling Malibu estate overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Kim reportedly told the realtor that the greatest decision she ever made was rolling onto her stomach.
Oh.
That's right.
All right, thank you, Steve. We'll see if we can get an answer to the question today, which is, what is the name of Gene Simmons' hit solo record? Not really. 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Tom. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Awesome, Tom. All right, what is the name of Gene Simmons' hit solo record, please?
Was it Born in Israel?
Yes. You got it, buddy. Hang on a second, Tom, because we are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for WWE Extreme Rules at Wells Fargo Center on Saturday, October 8th. Tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. Let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, music news time. We'll get to some stories, and they are brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. Rita's is still open, so stop in today and enjoy pumpkin perfection as Rita's pumpkin milkshakes and concretes are back. Be cool and get one of these delicious, fantastic, or fall-tastic treats only at Rita's. Smashing Pumpkins have announced a 3-act rock opera album titled Autumn. It's spelled A-T-U-M, but it's pronounced Autumn. It's kind of like Weezer and Seasons, right?
That's true, yeah.
So it is slated for release on April of 2023. Autumn, which is billed as the sequel to 1995's Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness and 2000's Machina Machines of God, will feature 33 tracks.
Holy hell!
Yeah, with each track to be revealed chronologically each week on Corrigan's podcast, which is called 33 with William Patrick Corrigan. So it does sound kind of like Melancholy had like 30 tracks. It was a double CD set.
Yeah, he's prolific.
Yeah, he writes a lot of stuff. Each act of 11 songs will come out every 11 weeks on digital streaming platforms to coincide with the podcast. Act 1 will drop on November 15th. Act 2 will be released on January 31st. And Act 3, along with a special edition box set featuring all 33 album tracks plus 10 additional unreleased songs, will be released on April 21st. And the video for the first single from the collection, called Beguiled, drops today.
Do we know what the plot is?
No. I've really not seen anything outside
The
of
only thing I saw suggested it's about some kids discovering an underground pirate ship.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh. That sounds vaguely familiar. Okay. Nice, Marissa. All right, with Motley Crue's
well done, Marissa.
Stadium tour. She got one.
I got one.
With Motley Crue's Stadium tour now part of the history books, Nikki Sixx recalled to Entertainment Tonight how he happy he is.
Me happy. Me like rock.
That
music good.
The band
Me
decided
go tie-tie.
To sign for the gig. The massively successful North American run featured co-headliners Def Leppard along with Poison and Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. And apparently, explaining his mindset prior to the tour, he said, "We were friends and we were fine and everything's good. We were just like, no, a tour is a lot of work. When you see the show out there, you're going to go, wow, I mean, it's years of work putting it together." And then we're like, no, not 8 arenas, 8 stadiums. And I was like, well, let me call Tommy. And I was like, hey, dude, they're talking about us touring. And he's like, no, because we wanted to stand by what we said about retiring from the road. And then it was 16 shows, and then 36, which we just entered our 36th stadium. And there's another 120 next year and the year after that. So we're grateful we said yes. So it's taking off like they didn't realize it would.
Did anyone for a second believe that was their actual farewell?
I would half believe it, but
Especially when now I'd say it's probably some of the best times for bands at that level of that time period.
Yeah, especially when they package it, when they get together and they do a big tour like this. it's a perfect opportunity for people to get out.
People love it. They make money. It's all good.
Now, just Poison coming through town, that's a tough sell. But you throw, you throw Motley Crue on there, Def Leppard, Joan Jett, boom. You got something. Okay, I got to go see that,
Yes.
you know. So Six went on to say, we're having a blast. I mean, we're all having a blast. Everyone's just having a good time. It's amazing to be 41 years together. I mean, sometimes it's just like stepping into some sacred territory there.
So they were only a band for 1 year, and then you stole those what is it?
The claves.
Claves from
yes.
your high school.
And look what happened. Goth metal icons, Tristania, which, by the way, I have to admit, I'm not familiar with at all. But they've broken up after 26 years.
This is devastating. I will admit, I've not heard of Tristania.
I don't know the gothic metal world at all, so I apologize.
Are they like the Indigo Girls?
If this is your famous band, a favorite band, I'm going to guess they're very similar to Indigo Girls. So there are ladies in the band, it seems like. So, but the band announced the news on social media in a statement saying, after 26 years on the international metal scene, the members of Tristania, I don't even know if I'm saying that right or not,
Sylvania?
Have this week been taken to, have this week taken the heavy decision to call it a day. They also confirmed that their upcoming scheduled performance and tour dates have been canceled. The statement continued saying last week came the news about a serious medical situation in near family within the band, and which will make it impossible to pursue both short and long-term plans with the band. This came as a shock to us, and we are truly sorry to share this with you. The statement added, Tristiana is a band that has never made compromises in our art, and it has never been an option for us to present anything not 100% to our fans and followers. We want to thank everyone that we have worked together with for almost 3 decades of writing music, recording, releasing, and touring, but especially we'd like to give an extra heartfelt thank you to Continental Concerts that has stood by us thick and thin throughout a significant part of the band's career.
Can you wear your Tristania shirt tomorrow, Kathy?
Sure.
Yeah.
Connor just sent over a clip if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah, here we go. John Bonham's grandson and the son of Jason Bonham, Jaeger Henry Bonham, has just dropped his latest punk-flavored single titled Hate Me.
It's the grandson.
The tattooed rock royal spoke to UltimateGuitar.com about the new single, explaining, I was in the studio one night after a long day, and my producer, Omer Bitten, it might be Biton, I don't know, B-I-T-O-N.
Omer, what you biting there?
Omer Bitten. And I started to make a beat with some drums and bass.
So it's a bitten beat.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the day had just started turning into lyrics. And Bonham,
and then I fell down.
Bonham, who only uses his first and middle name for his recording, shed light on why he had cast aside the famous moniker. He said, I was always talked about due to my last name, so I thought, why not switch it up a little and just basically took my last name, replaced it with my middle name, and it had a nice ring to it. So I guess he just goes by Jaeger Henry and not Jaeger Henry Bonham. So there are people who do that, you know?
Yes, Helena Bonham.
Who kind of want to make it on their own steam. Helena Bonham did that? Oh, okay.
She's his sister.
Okay.
Connor just sent over a clip of that band, too, if you want to hear it.
The actual... of recording its classic 1983 ballad "Faithfully," which will be featured. It'll be the featured track on The Goldbergs on ABC. Yeah,
50th anniversary.
That's insane.
Does that not blow your mind?
Yeah, that's really scary. Actually,
I need some more Indigo Girls.
I need more Indigo Girls, please.
prior to the show. So
Okay.
go F yourself.
Wait. Anyway.
I hate when people say no to me. I'm like,
Well,
what do you mean?
we appreciate that. You're sticking up for the show. All right, you flannel wearing bitches. See you weekend.
Speaking of Journey, and
That's a band name.
Flannel Wearing Bitches. I'll write it down.
I'm trying to tell you that we're big fans.
Maybe that could be like a cover band for the Indigo Girls.
Flannel wearing bitches.
Yeah. What do you guys play? Mostly Indigo Girls.
I saw the Indigo Girls on what was that tour?
Wait.
Lilith
what was
Fair?
it? Lilith Fair.
Yeah.
And there was this woman next to us. She was like, "Does anybody have a cigarette?" And someone like offered her a Virginia Slim, and she's like, "You are on a train called Denial." What? And I was 12. I was 12 watching this girl, and that's my memory of Lilith Festival.
By the way, wearing should be spelled without a G on the end there. Flannel wearing bitches.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
I wrote it down.
Like someone who smokes
Adding
Virginia
it.
Slims would say.
Apostrophe.
To the band list. All right. What was the last one I wrote? Wait, no, it wasn't that one. Hang on. Oh, Saskatchewan Bible Camp.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that one.
We've got some good names now because for a while you were, I think you lost the list, but now you're actually holding on to this one.
Yeah,
You know,
I've got it.
It's not the 50th anniversary of Faithfully. It's the 40th.
Okay.
That
That makes more sense.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they got this way wrong.
Because that would have come out when you were.
Yeah.
How old were
It
you?
was in the 80s. It was 82.
It was 83 is when,
Knock it
when
off.
it came out. So it's
Good.
I guess they're a little bit early on separating or celebrating it. But anyway, Journey keyboardist and the songwriter Jonathan Cain said in a statement, "It's truly an honor for me and my bandmates to have faithfully featured in the season premiere of The Goldbergs. We're big fans of the show and hope our fans enjoy hearing one of our biggest hits in the episode, and we're looking forward to watching the episode." Faithfully was, and now this did blow me away. If their information is correct about this, it says Faithfully was the second single released from Journey's 1983 Frontiers album, which is fantastic. The track, it says, narrowly missed the top 10 on Billboard's Hot 100 chart, peaking at number 12.
I
thought
believe
that was like a number one song.
That sure felt like a number one hit.
I mean, it got played like crazy on several different formats of radio at the time. So I'm surprised that it only peaked at number 12. Jonathan Cain has gone on record saying that he dreamt the melody to the song before he wrote it and came up with it that way. So interesting stuff. All right. That's it in music news. Okay, so we got word back from the fellas on the road in St. Louis, Casey's Big Adventure. Marissa said that they're at the Gateway Arch.
Yes.
But in order to go up in it, the earliest they could do it is 10:55.
I think that was the next tram.
Do you think are they going to do it?
I think they were.
They have to.
We can hang on, right?
They have to.
Yeah, we can stay on.
Yes.
Okay, then that's what we'll do.
Then let's do it. And then at least yes, absolutely.
Because it's already it's almost 10:40 already. By the time we break, play a song, come back, a little bit of time.
If we can get live
send them up in there.
footage from up there, it's a pretty awesome view, is it not?
It is. Yeah.
It's a national park.
It is a national park, and it's actually, the name of it is the Jefferson Memorial the Jefferson Expansion Memorial, I think is the official name of it. So, and this is all apropos for their trip, because Lewis and Clark's journey to discover the American West started right there in St.
And
Louis.
Journey released Faithfully
In 1983, which was 1 year after I stole the claves from my high school.
It doesn't get any more. It's like an Agatha Christie murder mystery.
How about this?
Everything's tying up perfectly.
So we will take a break. We will come back in a second, and we will check in with the fellas. And then we got to send them on their way. They got to get to, they're going to Oklahoma City tonight. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
at the Atlantic City Convention Center, and you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Atlantic City.
Boat show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
How to do that again?
And we'll only get one more. We only get one more day of that, folks. And you know, we had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're gonna try it out today. We're gonna give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with.
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
burning.
Burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of.
Well, what do you?
No, that's okay. I feel like
okay?
you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyway,
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh. Ooh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
Okay. All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
this
what
is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
We got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to?
Oh my God!
Eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
No, Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck
like,
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah.
He does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God!
Don't you want your mustache done?
God, what a soothing voice.
Of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
What they did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh my God!
Oh my
what
God!
Are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot,
dude.
Oh my God!
You're dying
Oh my God! She poured like an 8-9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
And rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This
because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
yummy,
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right. It really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is okay. So when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like?
Oh.
Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston
sorry.
did it. It wasn't.
You're right.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
Casey brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
this looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what. You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right, so
before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, Case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of... I beg your pardon? He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance, it was just a plastic, yellowish,
faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to you.
Chuck, damn it!
And my bunion's hurting.
When are they here?
A week from today.
A week from today. Thank you very much.
And it's the weekend today, so yes.
So coming up very, very soon, and they're playing the Wells Fargo Center.
Yes, sir.
Big room. Get your tickets now.
They're a fun band.
I've not seen them. I hear they're fantastic live.
It was about a year ago this week-ish that Pierre and I saw them at the Electric Factory. They were doing the warm-up for Firefly.
Nice.
I saw them. That was one of my favorite concerts ever, seeing them at the Electric Factory years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, so I have some questions.
Yep.
Because we're going to try to hang on for a few extra minutes. We got word back from Casey's Big Adventure. They are at their last stop in St. Louis for today. Their mission, they had 3 different things to do. And we want to get, or actually 4 different things to do. And we've gotten 2 of those things done. We're hoping to get 3 out of 4. And the final is to go to the top of the Gateway Arch and do it live on our program. So it looks like they're going to be able to do that at 11:05. So it's 15 minutes from now. I think
We're going to call an audible.
I think we can hang on.
Yeah.
I think we can hang and do that. But the question is, should I take care of the other things that I need to do first as far as the letter of the day for the word of the week?
It's probably a good idea so we can roll into in the the show properly.
So we're
Brent Porsche's up next.
Yeah, we're going to be kind of wrapping up off kilter because I usually do those things right at the very, very end. So I'm gonna
do it.
Let's do first. Let me do our thank yous. All right. I would like to thank Kevin Hayes of the Flyers for being on this morning. It's cool to talk to him. Flyers season opener is Thursday, October 13th against the Devils. I'd like to thank comedian Doogie Horner.
Yeah.
And he's recording his next album, Dad Max, at Helium Comedy Club. And that's not until the 28th. But you can go to heliumcomedy.com and get tickets. And I would like to thank our friends at Insomnia Cookies for being here. In fact, I have one final $25 gift card to give away for Insomnia Cookies. And we'll take caller number 7 at 215-263-WMMR. And make sure you stop by Insomnia Cookies tonight because you can try their exclusive deluxe filled cookie featuring Sour Patch Kids and a Big Dipper featuring Sour Patch Kids bits.
Oh, my God.
Which is available for a limited time only. And they're having this big pajama party thing today. So if you stop in tonight starting at 9 o'clock and until they close, wearing your pajamas, you get a free cookie. No purchase necessary.
And they close late.
They do.
Yeah.
So thank you
drive over
to Insomnia Cookies for being here this morning. And we will also give away our Tattoos Day in a moment or two and make sure that you are set for that. So before we go into, let's do the letter of the day, and then we'll find out at the very end what you got going on, Brent. So here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter O is in Oklahoma City.
All right, and that's where the boys are headed to tonight. So hang on tight. We have $500 from the Bagster.
The Bagster.
To give away on Friday. The Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You can go buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and then it's gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in a bag. Tattoos Day, I can give that away.
Yes.
I don't know where Casey keeps the little tattoo song, Marissa, but you can look for it if you like. Tattoo. All right, we want to congratulate Adam Merrill of Pemberton, New Jersey. Adam is our winner for Tattoos Day. Here it comes. And we're going to set him up with a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Tattoos Day on the Preston Steve Show is presented by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. 1729 South Street in Philadelphia for artwork samples. Visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos, by the way. All right, question, Marissa. The guys, can we talk to them now as they are waiting to get up and running? Are they on Zoom or phone or what?
So they are on Zoom. I'm getting a sign from Nick. Is it that the connection's bad or they can't get through right now? I'm getting nods.
Tell.
Yeah, I'm
All
sorry.
right,
Should we call them, Nick?
Let's do that. Let's at least get them on the phone so
Let's-
we can find out where they are. Wait, here.
Nick's been in communication with them the whole time, so maybe he can find out a little
Nick
more.
Murphy's coming in here now.
He's our Michael Collins.
Yeah.
Currently underground.
Right.
In a tram waiting to go up. So they have no service down there right now.
No cell phone either?
Neither. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So is that how it works? Or
yeah. So you start underneath the arch. You don't. There's not like doors on the side of that
Right,
thing.
right.
So there's a big, huge complex. It's a museum and all kinds of stuff underground underneath it. So you go down there first, and then you get into these trams, and then the tram goes up one of the legs of the arch. And as it goes up, it's an interesting tram setup because, normally if you go in a tall structure, you just take an elevator and it goes straight up. Well, the arch curves as it goes. And so if you were to go in an elevator, you would be sideways by the time you got up there. You'd be laying on your side. So you get in these, it looks like, Kathy, those load-in clothes washers that you hate?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a washing machine.
I like those.
That's what it looks like, what you're getting inside of.
Okay.
And so as you go up, it rocks like the barrel. Or what's the term I'm looking for? Yeah, I guess the barrel.
The barrel
would roll. And eventually, when you get to the top, you are right side up. So, but it does start deep underground.
Okay, so we're looking at a cross section of how it goes. Yes, and that's interesting. Obviously, that's the way it has to go. And of course, and it's hard to get a signal out of where they are right now.
Yeah, because they're underground.
Yeah.
So there's also stairs. You can see in this cross section that there are stairs for emergencies. Like you would only walk down those if there was like a loss of power or something like that. But and you can kind of look out. There's a little window that you can kind of look and see down when you're going up inside of it, which is kind of freaky.
Can you see
Because it's
out
way up there.
of the arch while you're in it, or is it completely
At the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's windows up there.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but on your ride up, no, it's pretty, if you're claustrophobic, you don't want to go in this thing.
So this is where we're looking. Okay, so it's a small, like drum, as you're saying, and everyone goes in and sits, and as it goes up, it obviously stays level as it's curving around to the top, correct?
And in fact, I have an interesting story. So a guy I went to high school with, Bill Jeffries, he and it was my ex, no, maybe he didn't go with my ex-girlfriend, but anyway, he went up in that thing and thought it'd be a good time to do some lines of cocaine.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
And little did he know that there were cameras in there. And because it is a national park.
Yeah, it's
a federal crime. Yeah, and had to go to jail.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What an idiot.
No, we
Dummy.
were all doing
Yeah.
drugs at that time, please. I can't, I can't fault him for being an idiot because we were around a bunch of idiots. So
yeah, one of our listeners remembered that story.
Yep. Oh, we have video. Hang on. We have a Zoom. Hey, guys.
Hey, what's going on, buddies?
Hey, so where are you guys right now, Case?
All right, so we are right now about to get on the elevator. We're tram car 8 to take us up to there it is.
The top of the arch?
Tram car 8 to take us to the top of the arch.
Okay.
But as we're waiting in line, we run into Larry and Matt from Delco and
Shut up!
Stop it! What the hell?
Matt's in the Air Force and he's been listening to the show for the longest time.
Oh, my God.
And yeah, how crazy is that? So I'm wearing my Delco shirt. He's like, "Yo, are you from Delco?" And I'm like, "Yeah, are you from Delco?" Dude's from Lansdowne.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's awesome, guys.
That is awesome.
Yeah, man, what's going on?
How are you?
We're good.
What are you guys doing in St. Louis?
We're on a motorcycle trip.
Oh.
We've been cutting through a bunch of different states.
Are you doing a cross-country thing like Casey and Jackie and the gang?
Kinda. We did more like a southern tour. We went down through North Carolina, South and Virginia and all that, Alabama, Mississippi, where else were we? Kentucky, Arkansas.
Jeez,
now we're here in St. Louis.
How many days in are you?
This is our 6th day.
Okay.
Wow. Are you on vacation or are you out of work right now?
We're on vacation from our wives.
You know they can hear you here, right?
Dude, that's crazy. And so you guys are familiar with the Preston and Steve show?
Yeah, man. I'm a union electrician back in Philly.
That's awesome.
Excellent, man. Very cool. And it's crazy. Case, did they were just in line next to you?
Yeah, we were going through security at the same time, and we walked through. We were about to go down the escalator, and Larry was like, "Are you from Delco, man?" I was like, "Yeah." So
All right.
I'm like, all right, well, now, and so they're letting us on early. We weren't supposed to be able to get on till 10:05 or something like that, but they let us on, a couple of stops early. So, yeah, I know. Well, we would be going through like that whole rigmarole at 10:05, but like it looks like we're about to get on to the elevators and hop up to the top of the arch.
It'd be awesome if we can keep a connection. I'm not counting on it from what you said, the way it's designed, Preston. But at the top, at the zenith, that you get out of the elevator, correct?
Yep.
And at that point, we should be able to rejoin. Now, the funny thing is that we have a better connection with you in a cement bunker than we did in Preston's old neighborhood.
Yeah.
Well, it took us a little while, but we connected to the Wi-Fi, so there's free Wi-Fi.
Excellent.
All right,
Awesome.
so Casey, before you left yesterday, Matt Ritter gave you a national parks pass, and this is officially a national park, right? So did you have to use that to get in?
Yes, we did. We used to get and what it really got us was like discounted tickets to the top of the arch, but still, I didn't realize that this was good for 4 people. So
I'm sure Matt will cover the difference.
Nice. You guys, I had almost, Casey, I meant to, because we got a couple of minutes here before you guys head up. I was talking to, my buddy Steve, who was showing you around, and I know you were trying to grab some local fare. You had chili 5-way from Steak and Shake last night. Got some White Castle. You're going to have emos later on. But did Steve tell you about the slingers?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did. That's where he wanted to take us there. We just ran out of time this morning. Are you talking about like the breakfast sliders?
Yeah, no, they're not sliders, but they're called slingers. So, he didn't tell he didn't tell you what that is, though, did he?
He did not.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
What is it?
Okay, so it's 2 full hamburger patties, cheeseburgers actually on a plate. One side is scrambled eggs. On the other side is hash browns. And then that whole thing is smothered in chili, and then you put cheese on top of that.
You were just saying.
Yeah. When do you crap dynamite?
So you guys smash everything with chili around here.
Oh, totally. Yep, exactly.
How's Jackie responding? I'm just curious. He's in a national park. This is a legendary monument. Jackie, what is it? How are you enjoying all this? Is this blowing you away?
I'm taking it all in. It's beautiful. I can't believe we're going to do this. He said tram car. I'm like, wait, tram car?
Well, yeah, like an elevator, but it's different. Preston was explaining to us how it moves because you're going up in an arch and it can't stay completely vertical on a regular elevator.
So he had no idea that St. Louis was famous for their arch. He kept saying arches on the way here, like we were going to
and by the way, I got a text message. I think we're going to do this. I think we're going to award 5 points for Delaware County for having representatives in St. Louis while you're there on the trip. So actually, so we have 5 points added to Delco now to the list. Who lead 95 to 85. So thought you would find that to be good news, Casey.
I'm so sorry that the lady over here is talking. She's giving, like speech about what the...
Oh, sorry. Okay.
All right.
About the history of the arch, yes.
By the way, does Jackie have a fear of heights at all, Casey?
No, I'm good. I'm all ready to go. Yep.
And is Kyle going up with you guys, too?
Yeah, Kyle. Going up too.
All right, excellent. And catching it all on video. Jackie, at the top of the arch is where Kevin Dubrow was conceived.
Good one, Steve. I like that.
From Quiet Riot.
Off the drum riser.
He was conceived at the top of the arch. I did not know that. That's crazy. Case, I assume that little speech means they're about to load you guys in here shortly?
Yeah, and I feel like people are looking down here and it's like, dude, shut the fuck.
It's our tour guide.
Oh, wow. Did he just say that on the air?
I think he did.
All right, I think I dumped that.
Is he drunk? What's happening?
All right, Casey.
I never got to the CK part of that.
No, you never did.
All right, we'll give you guys a second. We'll bring it down so you're not talking. We'll talk amongst ourselves, and that way you don't feel completely awkward. I actually have a shout out that I could do real quick while we're waiting for them if they want.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, hey, good morning, Presbo. You guys rock. First time, long time since Y100 days, actually the DRE days. Got my sister Denise listening, and now she's been a loyal listener for years, too. Anyway, I was wondering if we could get a big-time shout-out for our parents, Fred and Jean, who are celebrating their 60th anniversary. Now, that happened on the 15th, so I'm a few days late with this.
Oh, they already broke up.
They have been nothing but the best, and we realize how fortunate we are to be celebrating this milestone with them.
That's awesome.
Their grandkids and the rest of the family love them so much and hope you enjoy their special day.
He's keeping quiet.
Thanks to your crew. That's from Fred Barbera, not related to Gary. So there you go. Shout out to you and the family. What was Jackie going on about, Case?
Casey. I don't know if he has the volume up.
That's right.
Okay, they're looking at the elevator.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how they get into it.
Preston likened it to an upright clothes washing machine.
Yep. So if you've been to a laundromat,
if you've ever sat in the drum of a laundromat,
then that's exactly what it's like getting inside that thing.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Case, are they about ready?
Yeah, it says no pictures while loading.
Okay. No, we understand that.
While loading. Okay.
Just describe it. While shooting the load.
People got to get, oh my gosh, you're like in a little capsule.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I told you.
I had no idea that oh, wow.
It's small.
Yeah.
Dude.
You're gonna have Jackie's nose in your mouth.
Oh my goodness. I had no idea. Dude. Look at this thing.
It's tiny. It's like a little pod is what it's
Oh
like.
my gosh.
Oh, I don't know if
All
I
right,
can do
I
that.
get in the middle.
Yeah, it's like an escape pod. All right, so
it
we got
is little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're letting you film.
I don't know if I
No
can do
way. All right, no way.
Get in there.
that. Come on, Delco, get in.
Yeah, come on.
Are the Delco guys getting in there with you, Case? See, this is when we might have a hard time. Yeah, they're all in there. Yes.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe they ran into Delco guys.
If you have the opportunity to stream this on our YouTube channel, you need to right now at any time because we've got visuals of Casey and.
Hey, the fact that they have a Wi-Fi, an on-premises Wi-Fi, is the only reason we're seeing this.
Yeah, and by the way, let's not forget, as we had pointed out early, like Jackie and Kyle are over 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
They're big guys. And they're all squeezed in there.
Meet the middle because I'm 5'7". Like, dude, this is. I mean, I don't. All of our legs are touching each other. This thing is so cramped. I have no idea.
Hey,
oh my gosh, the door is closing.
All right. Yeah. Let's see if we lose it.
We are going.
All right, so
There's
far.
no turn back now, guys.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a choppy signal,
All right, now
but
we're headed up. It said the train said 4 minutes to the top.
4 minutes.
Down. Do we actually get out of this thing?
No. Or yeah, you do. Yes, you eventually get out of it. I didn't know it takes 4 minutes to go on. I thought it'd be like a 2-minute ride.
Hey, Preston, is there a one of these things out for people to check size, like they do it sometimes in amusement parks with the chairs?
I want to say that there was
because it is really tight,
but I don't remember. It looks like they're frozen now.
I was wondering if Kyle could come up with a jingle for the arch.
Have it your way.
No, it'd have to be a McDonald's thing or something.
Yeah, because when you were singing the Illinois song yesterday, I thought it was beautiful. Really catchy.
Illinois.
We lost them.
All right, we did lose
But it's a good shot.
It's completely
It's
frozen.
the way we'll remember them.
It just freezes.
What if it launched out like the Wonkavator?
Oh, my God.
Imagine you wake up. Look at Jackie looking down at you. That's what you'd look like if you passed out and Jackie resuscitated you.
All right, so we got a good 3.5 minutes
Hey,
now
they look like me now.
before they make it up to the top.
All right, that's cool.
I think they'll be able to
get out and. My guess is they would have a signal all the way up to the top. Why would you?
I don't know.
Allow people to have that access would be pretty amazing.
Maybe they don't want you to do it for whatever reason.
Security reasons.
Yeah, maybe so.
Obviously, they get obviously in certain cases they don't like you taking pictures that people can glean pictures and then use them for nefarious purposes. But I mean, this is so photographed and so
Yeah.
It's not like you would know what to do anyway.
So should we just hang tight for
I say hang tight.
two more minutes?
Yeah.
And,
do you want to play some audio? On the excursion or
of the excursion?
We have the Chad Kroger stuff. You said you wanted.
Oh,
yeah.
I was curious about that.
Yeah.
All right.
Chad Kroger says we've been mispronouncing his name.
In times of need and
Turn to
stalling,
Nickelback.
we turn to Nickelback and Chad Kroger. So he says we've been pronouncing his name, Chad Kroeger, incorrect.
Yes.
For a long time. All right, here we go.
Okay, it's Kruger. Don't trust the internet.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Chad Kroeger.
Chad Kroeger.
Kroeger. Kruger.
Like Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
And then he kind of explains why he doesn't make a big thing about it.
I never get time because it goes, hey, well, here we are with Chad Kroeger. So how are things going? And by the time it's so far in, by the time I get to say something, I don't actually, because if I just stop and go, actually, it's Kruger, I'm going to look like such a, so I'm just like, well, whatever. I don't care.
That's like Rochelle. Rochelle gets Rachel.
Yeah.
All the time.
Right.
And we just don't even care anymore.
It's all right.
You know, especially if it's, you're going, you know, they're calling your name for something, you're waiting in line for something, and they say Rachel, she'll just be like, yeah.
I get Rachel.
Jace,
You do?
Yeah.
Jace just makes eye contact with me when somebody calls him Chase. Like, he doesn't correct them. He just looks at me and he's like, another one.
I could see
I hate
that.
people just like you, Mommy.
Don't even correct those idiots, honey.
You know what? We missed a piece of audio from the other day since we are stalling. There was apparently someone farted on Fox NFL Sunday.
Yeah.
I didn't hear this yet.
Give a listen. It's formidable.
All right. This is it. Here we go.
Hey, I've got a shot. Okay. Hey, I've got a shot.
Yeah.
Because, I know we have.
I heard it.
It has to be something else.
It has to?
There's like 5 dudes on TV
Big-
with all live mics.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
there's a
Big
chance.
meat-eating dudes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. Hey, I've got a shot.
Yeah.
Because, I know.
That sounds like gas to me.
It sure does.
I think there was one last night too. Somebody tweeted at us about it this morning. Barstool put it up, but somebody in the Bills Titans game also farted last night.
Oh, and the Archbishop of Canterbury did as well.
The Archbishop of Canterbury farted?
Yeah, during the eulogy.
The Queen's eulogy. I did not know that. Dude, should we listen to that audio?
Yeah, I got it. Ready?
All right, hang on a second. Oh.
Oh, wait, no, you were in the center. We can hit play now.
All right.
Her late Majesty famously declared on a 21st birthday broadcast that her whole life would be dedicated to serving the nation and Commonwealth. Rarely has such a promise been so well kept.
I thought I heard something there.
Few leaders receive the outpouring of love that we have seen.
Did you watch any of this yesterday, by the way?
I did not.
Yeah.
Did you?
I did, and it was amazing, honestly, and to see them pulling out all the proverbial stops, and then they I mean, it's don't end to show on a downer, but it was actually kind of sweet because so many people who didn't realize they'd be as emotional. There's a little montage of people responding to seeing the Queen's coffin pass by.
Okay, do we have that?
Yeah, it's right after Chad Kroeger.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I hear audio.
Huh?
That was them because Hey, Case, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Hey. You guys just got out of the tram.
Hi.
We lost you the whole way up. Oh,
Hi.
it's still
We're good.
spotty.
We can hear you. Russ?
Yeah, so now I see you're in the staircase making your way to the observation area.
Yes, we are about 8 steps away.
Welcome to the top, Frashmo.
Yes.
That was like
I thought that was like
I was recording.
Yeah.
It was like Apollo 13. They came out of blackness and we can hear them again.
Yeah.
They made it.
All right, and here they are.
Oh,
We got a view from the top.
Yeah.
A mighty miss.
Yeah. The old man.
Brown.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, it is.
I told you guys.
Forever.
The big buddy.
You thought the Schuylkill was brown. Now that's facing towards Illinois. Turn around so we can see the city, if you would, please.
Okay.
Yeah, that's on the other side.
Right,
that was
here.
facing east. Let's face west.
Yeah.
So cool. Oh, there's Busch Stadium.
Yep.
Very nice.
We did it. You did it.
So, Casey, isn't it kind of freaky how when you look down the window, there's nothing below you? Like normally when you're in a building, there's, you see the building going down to the bottom, but there's absolutely nothing underneath you.
Yeah, that's I didn't think about that until you said that.
Look at Jackie's face.
630 feet to the ground.
The architecture designed it could never imagine.
We just got a nice shot straight up Jackie's nose. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, we didn't even think of that, Press, till you said it. Now that I'm looking over the edge
Oh my
here, you're
God,
right.
it's like FaceTiming with my dad.
Yeah, it's pretty freaky. Right?
It's like we've discovered a condor's nest.
Nick, what's the name of that river?
That's the Mississippi, Jackie.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's so close.
Great Duncan right there where you can get him a shot.
Ralph Macchio.
All right. Well, listen, we have overstayed our welcome. It's 11:15. All right. But we wanted to get this last mission in and make sure it happened. So mission accomplished, gentlemen. You were able to do it.
Get a lot of video.
Appreciate you guys.
All right. We'll talk to you, check in with you throughout the day, right? Everyone else.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Thank you. There they go.
Yeah.
Gang. Casey, once again, on the road. And that is our last check-in for the day. That's going to be it. So we've taken up way too much time. So, Brett Porsche, what's coming up on your show today, sir?
How many stories is the arch?
I think it's like 690 some odd feet tall. I'm not sure how many stories that is. It's not like crazy tall. It's not like going to Manhattan and you're way, way up there. But it's
there
this,
it is.
It's this standalone object that's just kind of interesting. But yeah, it's the tallest structure.
Did you ever do the CN Tower in Toronto by chance? It's kind of like the Space Needle out in Seattle, but they have like a clear floor so you can look down, like lay on the floor face down and look all the way down. It looks like the needle is like swirling back and forth. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's nuts, man.
All right, program, let's go.
All right, what you got, dude?
Workforce blocks today. We're going to do Soundgarden. Today is bassist Ben Shepherd's birthday. We're going to do a block of Extreme because today is Nuno Betancourt's birthday.
Ooh.
Got some goodies coming up in that block. Also, we're going to do a block of Disturbed. Today's the anniversary of the release of their album 10,000 Fists. We got some more Killers tickets for their show next Tuesday at the Big Joint. Of course, Yoo-Hoo Loot coming up at noon for $1,000. We're going to check in with Casey and Jackie again. We got double shots in the coffee break standing by.
Nice. And sorry we've messed you up with your stop sets because
Yes,
it's
we
11:15. I want to
Yeah.
thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh food, local flavors. Acme official grocery store, the Preston and Steve Show, also brought to you by Health Partners Plus, trusted care where and when you need it. And also brought to you by Wilmington University. Go to wilmu.edu, dual credit. That's wilmu.edu, dual credit. Tomorrow on our program, we're going to go on Fox 29. Ross Matthews will be joining us. And Casey's big adventure heads to Oklahoma City. We'll see what kind of trouble they get in there. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.